Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family. Even now, typing this makes my hands shake. But after seeing some of your experiences here, I feel like maybe someone will understand or have explanations for what happened to us. Back in 2008, I was 11 years old when we moved to Ravenwood. It's this tiny town where everyone knows everyone's business, except ours, because we were the newcomers. The house we moved into wasn't anything special from the outside, just a two-story farmhouse with faded white paint and a wraparound porch. The rent was cheap, which was important since my dad had lost his job again. Our family was complicated. Mom worked double shifts at the local diner to keep us afloat. My older brother was 14 then, already angry at the world and keeping to himself. My little sister was only 8, still innocent enough to find adventure in our new home. And then there was Dad. He'd been laid off from the factory in our previous town, and the move was supposed to be a fresh start. But his fresh starts always ended the same way, with empty bottles and raised voices. The house felt off from the very beginning. I remember standing in the driveway that first day while Mom fumbled with the keys. It was early spring, but the air around the house felt colder, somehow stiller than it should have been. I remember thinking it looked like it was holding its breath. We'd moved in just a few weeks after my grandmother, my mom's mother, had passed away. Mom was still processing her grief, often crying when she thought we couldn't hear. Grandma had lived with us on and off throughout my childhood, and her absence left this gaping hole in our lives. The weirdness started with Mom first. About 2 weeks after we moved in, I woke up to find her sitting at the kitchen table at 3 in the morning, clutching a mug of cold tea. "Did you hear that?" she whispered when I came down for water. "Hear what?" I asked, rubbing sleep from my eyes. "The footsteps, upstairs in the hallway." Her eyes were wide, darting toward the ceiling, and someone was singing. It sounded just like Mom used to sing to you kids. I hadn't heard anything, but the look on her face made my stomach twist. She made me check that my siblings were still asleep in their beds, which they were. Dad had passed out on the couch hours earlier. The next morning, Mom tried to laugh it off, blaming grief and exhaustion, but I could tell she was rattled. Then came the ladybugs. One morning, about a month after moving in, we woke to find our car completely covered in ladybugs. Not just a few, thousands of them, forming this living, shifting blanket of red and black. Dad got angry, thinking someone in town was playing a prank on us. But Mom just stood there staring. "They were her favorite," she whispered. "Mom loved ladybugs." It was true. Grandma had collected ladybug figurines, drawings, anything with ladybugs on it. Her favorite sweater, the one she was buried in, had tiny embroidered ladybugs along the collar. We tried to brush them off, but there were just so many. By afternoon, they were gone, having flown away on their own. The local hardware store owner said it was just that time of year, but I'd never seen anything like it before or since. The incidents started becoming more frequent after that. Mum struggled with the back gate one afternoon while carrying groceries. I watched from the kitchen window as she set down the bags to fiddle with the latch. The gate was always stubborn, needing to be lifted while simultaneously turning the rusty handle. But this time, no matter how she struggled, it wouldn't budge. She finally gave up and walked around to the front door. The moment she disappeared from view, I watched in horror as the gate swung open on its own, slow and deliberate, as if pushed by invisible hands. When I told her, she just gave me this look, not disbelieving exactly, but like she was afraid to admit she believed me. The wind, she said quietly. But there hadn't been any wind that day. Things escalated from there. My brother would come home from school to find himself locked out, even though Mom was inside and swore she hadn't touched the deadbolt. My sister's toys would rearrange themselves when she wasn't looking. More than once, all of us heard footsteps overhead when no one was upstairs. But it was worse for me. For whatever reason, I seemed to experience things the others didn't. The snake was the first major incident. I was in the front yard, half-heartedly bouncing a basketball, while Mom hurried to her car for an early shift. What I saw next made me drop the ball completely. From beneath the porch emerged the biggest snake I'd ever seen, at least 11 feet long, coal black and thicker than my arm. It slithered across the yard with purpose, following Mum's path toward her car. I tried to scream, to warn her, but my voice stuck in my throat. The snake followed her all the way to the driver's side door. As Mom got in, oblivious, the creature reared up almost to window height, watching her. Then it turned, I swear this is true, and looked directly at me. Its eyes weren't like a normal snake's. They were milky white, like cataracts. But somehow I knew it could see me perfectly. It held my gaze for several heartbeats before sliding back toward the house with unnatural speed. By the time I found my voice and ran inside screaming for Dad, the snake was gone. He checked under the porch, around the foundation, everywhere, finding nothing. He accused me of making it up for attention. Mom looked worried, but said there weren't snakes that big in our area. I knew what I'd seen. For weeks afterward, I refused to play in the yard alone. The dinosaur incident happened about 2 months later. I had this plastic T-Rex toy I'd had since I was 6. Not valuable, just sentimental. I kept it on my bedside table. One night I reached for it and it crumbled in my hand, turning instantly to dirt and dust. Not decayed plastic, not broken pieces. Actual soil, like you'd find in a garden. I ran to show Mom, dirt streaming between my fingers, but by the time we returned to my room, even the dirt was gone, just disappeared. My behavior apparently changed during this period, though I have only fragmented memories of it. Dad would find me sitting in corners of rooms, staring at walls. Mum says she'd call my name multiple times before I'd respond. The most disturbing thing, which I only know because they told me later, was that sometimes they'd find me standing somewhere. The hallway, the kitchen, the bathroom, just staring blankly ahead. When asked what I was doing, apparently I'd respond in a flat voice. The old man told me to wait here. I have no memory of saying this, none, but both my parents and my brother confirm it happened at least 5 or 6 times. The worst night happened in August, about 6 months after we'd moved in. It was hot, sticky weather, and I'd fallen asleep on top of my covers. Something woke me. Not a sound, but a feeling, like the air pressure in the room had suddenly changed. I opened my eyes and froze. Standing in my doorway was an old man, not just old, ancient. His skin was grey and sunken against his bones, his eyes deep hollows in his skull. He wore what looked like old-fashioned farming clothes, but they were filthy and decayed. His mouth hung slightly open, revealing blackened gums and few teeth. The most terrifying part was that he wasn't solid. The hallway light behind him shone dimly through his form, but he was substantial enough that when he took a step into my room, the floorboard creaked beneath his weight. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. He took another step forward, reaching out one gnarled hand toward me. His fingers were impossibly long, the nails yellow and curved like claws. That's when I screamed, a full-throated primal scream that tore from somewhere deep inside me. Mom came running immediately, baseball bat in hand. She flipped on my light, wild-eyed, ready to fight whoever had frightened me. But by then, he was gone. I was hyperventilating, pointing at the now empty doorway, trying to explain between gasping sobs. She believed me. That's what sticks with me to this day. She didn't question or doubt, she just believed me. She searched the entire house, every closet, under every bed. the basement, even checking the locks on all the doors and windows. Dad had stumbled in drunk around midnight and was passed out cold, not even stirring during my screams or Mom's subsequent house search. My brother had seen something too that night. He grudgingly admitted in the morning that he'd woken up briefly and seen a shadow pass his door that didn't move right. My sister had slept through everything, but in the morning we found her dolls arranged in a perfect circle in the middle of her floor, though she swore she'd left them in their toy box. After that night, Mom started looking for another place for us to live. She picked up extra shifts, saved every penny. Dad's drinking got worse as the atmosphere in the house deteriorated. The paranormal activity seemed to feed off his rage and our fear. Doors would slam during arguments, light bulbs would burst, the temperature would plummet in whatever room he was ranting in. My brother and I started sleeping in the same room for safety. My sister developed night terrors. Mum aged a decade in those months, the lines around her eyes deepening with each passing week. It took almost a year before we could afford to move. A year of footsteps following me up staircases, of whispers in empty rooms, of finding my possessions in places I never put them, of waking with unexplained bruises, of feeling watched constantly by something hostile and patient. The old man appeared to me twice more before we left, once standing at the foot of my bed, just watching silently until dawn broke, and once in broad daylight, standing in the corner of the living room while I was alone watching TV. That time he smiled at me, revealing a mouth much wider than a human mouth should be. We finally moved out in early 2010. The day we left, nothing tried to stop us. No doors jammed, no keys went missing, no tires deflated. It was almost as if whatever haunted that house was satisfied to see us broken and retreating. Mom never fully recovered from those 20-ish months. She developed anxiety, jumped at shadows, couldn't sleep without checking locks multiple times. My parents' already strained marriage finally collapsed about a year later. My siblings and I don't talk about Ravenwood much. My brother completely denies anything happened now, attributing it all to an old house and an overactive imagination. My sister remembers little, being so young at the time. But sometimes when we're together during the holidays, I'll catch her staring warily into dark corners, and I know she remembers more than she admits. I've researched the house since then, found out it was built in the 1880s by a farmer who lost his entire family to influenza. According to local records, he became a recluse afterward, slowly descending into madness before hanging himself in the barn, which was demolished long before we moved in. 3 families lived there briefly between 1950 and 2007, none staying longer than 2 years. The house still stands. I've driven past it once about 5 years ago. It was vacant again, windows boarded up, a foreclosure sign tilting in the overgrown yard. Even from the street, even in daylight, I could feel it watching me. Sometimes I still dream of the old man. Sometimes I wake up with the taste of dirt in my mouth. And sometimes, when I'm alone in quiet rooms, I catch myself listening for footsteps that shouldn't be there. I don't know what haunted that house in Ravenwood. I don't know why it seemed to focus on me. All I know is that whatever was there was real, and it changed us all forever. Story 2. It was mid-July, and my friend Liam had come to visit me in Denmark, where I'd been living for the past 2 years for work. We'd been best friends since university, and he was excited to see the countryside. I'd been telling him about this massive bog about 40 minutes from my apartment. Lille Wildmoos, it's called. It's this huge protected wetland area with all kinds of wildlife and these wooden walkways that let you explore without sinking into the marsh. We spent the day hiking around, had dinner at this small pub in the nearest village, and were driving back to my place when Liam suggested we go back to see the stars. The bog is far from any major light pollution, and the summer sky in Denmark can be incredible. I thought it was a cool idea. We'd both had just one beer each with dinner, so we were fine to drive. Plus, I had my camera gear and thought I could get some nice night shots. We got back to the bog around 1 in the morning. The main entrance was closed, obviously, but there's this small parking area about half a kilometre away that locals use, with a trail that connects to one of the secondary paths. I'd been there a few times before during the day, so I wasn't worried about finding our way around. We brought flashlights, my camera, and a couple of thermoses with coffee. The night was unusually warm for Denmark, probably around 15 degrees, with hardly any wind. As soon as we got out of the car, I remember feeling this weird heaviness in the air, like right before a thunderstorm, but the sky was completely clear with a nearly full moon. "This place feels different at night," Liam said as we started walking. I laughed it off, but he was right. The bog had this eerie silence to it. No birds, no rustling leaves, nothing. Just our footsteps on the wooden planks and occasional squishing sounds when we stepped on muddy patches. We made our way to this observation tower I knew about 20 minutes from where we parked. It's maybe 4 or 5 meters tall, nothing massive, but gives you a good view over the landscape. From up there, you could see parts of the bog reflecting the moonlight, these small ponds and waterlogged areas that looked like mirrors scattered across the dark terrain. Liam was pointing out constellations. He's always been into astronomy, when he suddenly stopped mid-sentence. "What's that over there?" he asked, pointing toward what looked like a small cluster of lakes about half a kilometre away. I squinted in the direction he was pointing. "Just some of the bog pools, I think. Want to check them out?" Looking back, I wish we'd just stayed on the tower or gone back to the car. The walk to those pools was difficult. The wooden paths didn't extend that far, so we had to pick our way across firmer parts of the bog. Even with our flashlights, it was hard to tell what was solid ground and what would swallow your boot in mud. The whole time, everything felt wrong. The air got heavier, and there was this smell, like rotting vegetation, but with something else I couldn't identify. We'd been walking for maybe 15 minutes when Liam grabbed my arm. "Marcus, look over there. What the hell is that?" About 100 meters ahead of us, between us and the pools we'd been heading toward, was something standing perfectly still. In the moonlight, it looked almost like one of those wooden cutout signs, the kind shaped like a cow or something that farms sometimes have. "Probably just some kind of marker," I said, but even as the words left my mouth, I knew that wasn't right. We stared at it for maybe 20 seconds, and then Liam's grip on my arm tightened. "It moved," he whispered. I was about to tell him he was seeing things when I saw it too. The figure had shifted position. It hadn't moved like a person walks. It was just suddenly in a different spot, maybe 10 meters to the left of where it had been before. And it seemed bigger somehow. "It's probably just a deer or something," I said, not believing it myself. "The moonlight's playing tricks." We kept watching, and the figure changed again. Now it was definitely person-sized, standing upright. I felt my mouth go dry. Whatever it was too thin to be human. Its proportions were all wrong. "Let's go back," Liam whispered. "Right now." We crouched down behind a small mound, discussing what to do. The car was about 30 minutes away if we hurried, but we'd have to move closer to the figure to get back to the path. While we were talking, I glanced over the mound and nearly choked. The figure was now only about 50 meters away, still facing our direction. Then I blinked, and it was suddenly further away again, maybe 80 meters, but off to the side. I couldn't understand how it was moving so quickly and so silently. The bog is wet and squishy. You can't move through it without making noise. "It keeps changing positions," I told Liam, my voice shaking. "It's like it's teleporting or something." Liam peered over the mound and immediately ducked back down. "I saw it. Jesus Christ, I saw it. That's not a person, Marcus." We decided our best option was to make a run for it, back the way we came. We'd stick to the route we knew and hope whatever this thing was wouldn't follow. We counted to 3, stood up, and froze. The figure was gone. For a split second, I felt relief. Then Liam made a sound I'd never heard from another human being, part gasp, part whimper. The figure was standing just 3 meters away from us. In the moonlight and the beam of my flashlight, I could see it clearly now, and I wished to God I couldn't. It had the basic shape of a man, but was wrong in every possible way. It was too tall, maybe 2 meters, and impossibly thin. Its skin was a pale greyish white that didn't look like skin at all, more like wet clay or something plastic. It had no hair that I could see. Its face is what still haunts me. It had features in approximately the right places, but they were shallow impressions rather than actual eyes, nose, and mouth, like someone had taken a human face and stretched it over something not meant to wear it. The mouth area was just a dark line, slightly open. Its arms hung down to its knees and its fingers were too long. As we watched, frozen in terror, one of its arms bent at an angle that would have broken any human limb. Not at the elbow or the wrist, but somewhere in between, as if it had extra joints. Then it made a noise. I can't really describe it properly. It wasn't speech or any animal sound I've ever heard. It was like several sounds layered on top of each other, something like the wet noise of mud bubbling, mixed with a high-pitched tone that made my teeth hurt, and underneath it all, something that sounded almost like words being played backwards. We stood there, completely paralyzed. I couldn't even scream. My brain kept trying to make sense of what I was seeing, but it couldn't. This thing defied everything I understood about how living creatures should look and move. For what felt like hours, but was probably only about 2 minutes, it just stood there, studying us. It would tilt its head at impossible angles, then take a step to the side, then back to where it was before, all with this unnatural, fluid movement that didn't match how joints and muscles should work. At one point, it extended one of those long arms toward Liam, who was standing slightly closer to it. The fingers, I think there were too many of them, spread out like they were going to grasp his face. They stopped just centimeters from his cheek. I could see Liam trembling, tears streaming down his face, but he couldn't move. Suddenly, without any warning or trigger, I could see the thing withdrew its hand and took several rapid steps backward. This seemed to break whatever spell had been holding us in place. "Run!" I screamed, grabbing Liam's arm and pulling him. We ran like I've never run before in my life. I don't remember most of it, just the terror and the desperate need to get away. My lungs were burning and my legs kept sinking into soft spots in the bog. We fell multiple times, covered in mud, but scrambled back up immediately. I kept looking back, expecting to see that thing right behind us, but I never saw it again. Maybe it lost interest. Maybe it couldn't leave that part of the bog. I don't know, and I don't want to know. We reached the wooden path and sprinted along it, the planks thundering under our feet. When we finally got to the car, I fumbled with the keys so badly that Liam had to take them from my shaking hands to unlock it. We threw ourselves inside, locked the doors, and I drove off so fast the tires spun in the gravel. Neither of us spoke for at least 10 minutes. The only sounds in the car were our ragged breathing and occasional involuntary sobs. Finally, when we were back on the main road with streetlights and signs of civilization, Liam broke the silence. "What the fuck was that?" he whispered, his voice hoarse. I shook my head. I don't know. We tried to rationalize it on the drive back. Maybe it was some sick person playing a prank. Maybe we'd both somehow hallucinated the same thing, though we hadn't taken any drugs and had barely touched alcohol. Maybe it was an elaborate mannequin or scarecrow someone had put there to frighten people, but none of those explanations made sense. They couldn't account for how it moved, for those impossible joints, for how it appeared and disappeared, for that sound it made. They couldn't explain the profound wrongness of it, the sense that we were looking at something that should not exist in our world. When we got back to my apartment, we took turns showering off the bog mud, but I still felt dirty afterward in a way soap couldn't fix. We stayed up the rest of the night with all the lights on, jumping at every little noise. Liam changed his flight and left the next day. We've talked about that night a few times since then, but it's difficult. He's seeing a therapist now. I probably should too. I reported what happened to the local police, trying to make it sound less bizarre than it was. Just saying we'd seen a strange person in the protected area at night who frightened us. They took down the information but didn't seem particularly concerned. I didn't expect them to be. I've done some research since then. The bog has a few local legends attached to it. Stories about people disappearing over the centuries, about strange lights sometimes seen over the wetlands. Nothing specific about a creature like what we saw, but enough to make me wonder if others have encountered it before. I've never gone back there, and I never will. I'm actually planning to move back to the UK when my contract ends in 3 months. I can't stand being this close to that place anymore. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if that thing had touched Liam. What it wanted from us, if it's still out there in the bog, waiting for someone else to wander too far from the paths at night. I hope no one ever has to see what we saw. The worst part is the uncertainty. Was it something supernatural? Some unknown species, a hallucination? I've always believed there's a rational explanation for everything, but I can't find one for this. That's what keeps me awake at night. Not just the fear, but the fundamental way it's shaken my understanding of reality. I still have nightmares about those impossible movements, that stretched non-face, those 2 long fingers reaching out. In the dreams, I don't get away. In the dreams, it touches me and I wake up screaming. I don't know what we saw in that Danish bog 3 months ago, but I know it wasn't human, and I know I'll never be the same. Story 3. I was 28 at the time, living with my boyfriend Mark in a tiny village outside York. We'd moved there about a year before because the rent was cheap, and we loved the countryside. Mark worked night shifts at a factory in Lincolnshire, about 40 minutes away. Since we only had 1 car between us, I'd usually drive him to work in the evenings and pick him up in the early mornings. It was late October, and the mornings were getting darker and colder. On this particular day, I left our cottage around 5 in the morning to collect Mark from his night shift. I remember it was a clear night with an almost full moon, which made the drive less stressful than usual. The country roads around there are narrow, winding, and completely unlit, but I'd gotten used to the route over time. I arrived at the factory about 15 minutes early, so I parked in the lot and waited. Mark texted to say he needed to finish some paperwork and would be another 20 minutes or so. Rather than sit in the car park, I decided to drive around a bit. I often did this, just exploring the back roads while waiting for him. There was something peaceful about driving those empty rural roads when nobody else was around. I turned down this narrow lane I hadn't been down before. It was lined with these young, skinny trees, not a proper forest, more like saplings that had been planted and were starting to mature. The road curved gently through flat farmland, and as I drove, I noticed the sky beginning to lighten slightly in the east. Dawn was approaching. About 10 minutes down this road, I pulled over to watch the sunrise. I turned off the engine, but left the keys in the ignition. I remember checking my watch. It was about 5:30 in the morning. The sky was turning this beautiful pinkish-orange color on the horizon, and I lowered my window to feel the cold morning air on my face. I was sitting there for maybe 2 or 3 minutes when I noticed movement in my peripheral vision. My first thought was that it must be a deer or some other animal coming out for an early morning feed. We often saw wildlife in the area, foxes, badgers, deer, so I wasn't alarmed at first. I actually remember feeling excited to spot some wildlife, but what emerged from between those thin trees wasn't a deer. I'm still struggling to describe what I saw, but I'll try my best. There were 2 of them. They were tall, impossibly tall, like 10 or 12 feet at least. Their bodies were incredibly thin, like stick insects, with limbs that seemed too long and jointed in the wrong places. They were dark, not black exactly, but a deep, matte greyish color that seemed to absorb the early morning light rather than reflect it. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. Maybe it was just branches swaying in the wind. But there was no wind that morning. The air was completely still. And these things were moving deliberately, stepping out from between the trees. The way they moved was what disturbed me most. It wasn't like walking as we do. It was fluid, graceful in a disturbing way, like they were moving through water rather than air. Their limbs didn't bend normally. They sort of undulated. I can't explain it properly, but it was fundamentally wrong, like watching something that shouldn't exist in our world. They emerged fully from the tree line and began moving toward my car. That's when real panic set in. My heart was pounding so hard, I could feel it in my throat. My hands went clammy, and I felt ice cold all over despite the car heater still pumping out warm air. I fumbled for my keys, hands shaking so badly I could barely grip them. I kept my eyes fixed on these entities the whole time. They were getting closer, maybe 50 feet away from my car now. I could see that they didn't appear to have faces, just smooth, featureless areas where a face should be. Yet somehow, I knew they were looking right at me. I felt observed, studied. I finally managed to turn the key in the ignition, but just as the engine started to turn over, the taller of the two entities raised what I assume was its arm. It had too many joints, bending in places where no human arm would bend. It extended this limb toward my car and seemed to point directly at me. In that instant, every warning light on my dashboard lit up simultaneously. The engine made this horrible grinding noise and instantly stalled. The radio, which had been playing quietly, erupted into deafening static that made me cover my ears. Then came the pain. Oh God, the pain. It started in my jaw and radiated throughout my entire face. It felt like someone had poured acid into my mouth, or like I'd bitten down on a live electrical wire. My teeth felt like they were vibrating, and my fillings, I had several amalgam fillings, seemed to burn inside my mouth. The pain was so intense that I couldn't even scream. I just sat there, paralyzed, with my mouth open in a silent howl. I must have blacked out for a few seconds because the next thing I remember, I was slumped forward with my forehead against the steering wheel. The pain had subsided to a throbbing ache, but my whole mouth felt wrong, swollen and metallic tasting. I looked up, terrified I'd see those things right outside my window, but they had moved closer and were now maybe 20 feet from the car. They weren't rushing, just continuing that same methodical, fluid approach. Pure survival instinct took over. I tried the ignition again, praying it would start. The engine turned over weakly once, twice, and then miraculously roared to life. I didn't waste a second. I slammed the car into gear, hit the accelerator hard, and the tires squealed as I took off down the road. In my rearview mirror, I could see the two entities standing in the middle of the road, still and silent, watching me drive away. They didn't chase me, but somehow that was even more terrifying. It was like they didn't need to chase, like they'd already done what they came to do. I drove like a maniac back to the factory, tears streaming down my face, my mouth still burning with pain. I nearly crashed into the parking lot and just sat there, hyperventilating, until Mark came out. He found me in hysterics, unable to explain what had happened. He ended up driving us home while I sobbed in the passenger seat. Over the next few weeks, the pain in my mouth and jaw persisted. It wasn't as intense as that initial burst of agony, but it felt like a severe, constant inflammation. My gums were swollen and tender, and my teeth were extraordinarily sensitive to temperature. I couldn't drink anything cold or hot without wincing. Even breathing through my mouth on a cold day was painful. The strangest thing was how metal affected me. If I tried to use a metal fork or spoon, I'd get this immediate shock sensation in my mouth, like touching a 9-volt battery to your tongue, but much worse. I had to switch to plastic cutlery for everything. Even metal jewelry near my face would cause a strange, tingling sensation. Mark wanted me to see a doctor right away, but I was terrified. What would I tell them? that alien stick figures had somehow melted my fillings with a pointing gesture. I made excuses and said it was probably just a severe case of TMJ or maybe an infection that would clear up. It wasn't until 3 months later that the pain became so unbearable that I finally went to see a dentist. I remember sitting in that chair, trembling as he examined my mouth. When he looked at my old fillings, he went very quiet. "How long have you had these fillings?" he asked. I told him I'd had them since my teens. He called in another dentist to look, which made me even more nervous. They were speaking in hushed, professional tones, but I could tell they were confused. Finally, my dentist explained what they were seeing. My amalgam fillings hadn't just come loose or fallen out. They had somehow melted and reformed into smooth, round metal balls embedded in my teeth. He said he'd never seen anything like it in 30 years of dentistry. The metal had literally liquefied and then re-solidified inside my teeth. The only way this could happen, he explained, is if the metal was heated to several hundred degrees, but that's impossible without causing catastrophic damage to the surrounding tooth and gum tissue. Your teeth and gums are injured, yes, but nowhere near what we'd expect if something had actually heated metal to its melting point inside your mouth. They removed the metal balls, which the dentist kept for some research purpose, he said, and replaced them with modern composite fillings. But the sensitivity to metal never went away. To this day, 26 years later, I still can't use metal cutlery or wear metal earrings. I get immediate electric shock sensations if metal touches anywhere near my mouth. I never drove down that road again. In fact, I refused to drive Mark to work after that. We ended up moving back to the city a few months later, claiming we missed urban life. But the truth was, I couldn't stand being in that rural area anymore. Every time I saw a line of trees at dawn or dusk, panic would overwhelm me. I've spent years trying to rationalize what happened. Was it some kind of hallucination coupled with a bizarre dental issue? Was it ball lightning or some other natural phenomenon that could explain the electrical effects? But none of the explanations fit all the facts. The most disturbing part is that I sometimes still feel watched, especially at dawn. Sometimes I wake up at exactly 5:30 in the morning, mouth throbbing with phantom pain, convinced that if I look out the window, I'll see two impossibly tall, thin figures watching my house from across the street. I've never gone back to Lincolnshire, and I never will. Whatever happened to me that morning changed me forever. The physical effects, the melted fillings, the metal sensitivity, those are real and documented. But the psychological impact has been even more profound. How do you continue to live in a world where your understanding of reality has been so fundamentally shattered? I still don't know what those entities were or what they wanted from me. I don't know why they affected my dental fillings of all things. Was it a side effect of whatever technology they used to stall my car? Was it deliberate? Some kind of sampling or experimentation? All I know is that what I saw was real. What happened to me was real. And sometimes, when I'm driving alone on country roads and the sun is just starting to rise, I find myself checking the tree lines, terrified I'll see those fluid, tall silhouettes emerging once again. Story 4. I never believed in ghosts until my freshman year at ERAU in Daytona Beach. I'm still trying to make sense of everything that happened that semester in Adams Hall, and honestly, I'm not sure I ever will. It started with little things. You know how it is when you first move into a dorm. Everything feels strange and unfamiliar. The creaks and groans of an old building settling, the constant noise of other students, doors slamming at all hours. It's easy to blame weird stuff on just being in a new place with hundreds of other sleep-deprived college kids. My name is Eliza, and I was assigned to room 312 in Adams Hall. It's one of those older dorms on campus. Not ancient or anything, but definitely not one of the newer buildings. My roommate Jess and I got along pretty well from the start. We were both aviation majors and shared the same twisted sense of humor, which made the transition to college life a bit easier. The The first couple weeks were totally normal. Orientation, figuring out where all my classes were, trying to memorize my student ID number, and adjusting to the Florida heat and humidity. I'm from Michigan, so the weather alone was enough to make me feel like I was on another planet. The first weird thing happened about 3 weeks into the semester. I was up late studying for my physics midterm, like 2 in the morning late, when I heard 3 loud, distinct knocks on our door. Knock, knock, knock. Not like someone casually checking if we were awake. These were deliberate, heavy knocks that seemed to vibrate through the room. I figured it was probably someone drunk who had the wrong room, so I got up to check the peephole. Nothing. The hallway was completely empty. I opened the door and looked both ways down the hall. Not a soul in sight. Everyone's doors were closed and the hallway was silent. I just shrugged it off and went back to studying, thinking maybe I'd imagined it or someone had knocked and then ran off as some stupid prank. But then it happened again the next night, and the night after that. Always 3 knocks, always around 2 a.m., always nobody there when I checked. I mentioned it to Jess, who hadn't heard anything since she's a ridiculously deep sleeper. She laughed it off as just some freshman boys being idiots. They probably think it's hilarious to wake people up and run, she said. I figured she was probably right and tried not to think much about it. Then one night when I was at the library, Jess texted me, "Did you just knock on our door?" I told her I was still at the library and asked why. She said she'd heard the same 3 loud knocks I'd been complaining about for weeks. She checked and nobody was there. That's when I started to get a little freaked out. The fact that she'd heard it too, and only when I wasn't there, made the whole thing seem less like a random prank. We started asking around our floor to see if anyone else had been experiencing the same thing. Most people just shrugged it off or made jokes about the Adams Hall ghost. A few people mentioned hearing strange noises at night, but nothing specifically like our knocking situation. About a month into these incidents, something happened that I still can't explain. It was a Tuesday night around 11:30. I was in my room working on a paper, and Jess was at her boyfriend's place. Most of the floor was pretty quiet since it was a weeknight. Suddenly, the most horrifying sound I've ever heard ripped through the silence. It was this long, agonized scream that sounded almost like a whale's call, but distorted and painful. It seemed to come from right outside my door, so loud that I actually jumped and knocked my laptop off my bed. My first thought was that someone was being attacked in the hallway. I ran to my door and looked out the peephole, but again, there was nothing. When I opened the door, I found several other students from my floor had also come out to investigate. Everyone looked confused and scared. The weird part? Everyone thought the sound had come from right outside their door. Madison from 314 said she was sure it came from directly outside her room. Tyler and Aiden from 321 at the other end of the hall said the same thing. How could the same sound come from multiple places at once? Campus security did a walk-through of the building after someone called them, but they didn't find anything unusual. They suggested it might have been an animal outside or maybe someone playing a prank with speakers. But the look on their faces told me they were just as confused as we were. After that night, the atmosphere in Adams Hall changed. People started talking more openly about strange experiences, doors closing by themselves, objects moving when no one was around, cold spots in rooms, even though the Florida heat was still going strong outside. The stories varied, but there was this underlying current of unease that spread through the whole building. I tried to stay logical about everything. College is stressful. People are sleep-deprived. Old buildings make weird noises. There had to be a rational explanation for all of it. That changed on a Saturday night in October. Everyone was out at parties or hanging with friends. I'd decided to stay in because I had a cold and wasn't feeling great. I was sitting on my bed playing Minecraft to pass the time, just mindlessly building while half watching a show on Netflix. Our room connected to a bathroom that we shared with the suite next door. The bathroom had 2 doors, one to our room and one to the neighboring suite. We usually kept both doors unlocked since we all knew each other and had established a simple knock before entering system. I was completely absorbed in my game when I heard something that made my blood run cold. The handle of the bathroom door was jiggling in a specific rhythm, not like someone was trying to open it, but deliberately moving it in a pattern. Jiggle, jiggle, pause, jiggle, jiggle, jiggle. What freaked me out wasn't just the handle moving by itself, it was the pattern. When I was a kid, my bedroom was near train tracks, and I used to fall asleep counting the trains that passed. They always made a rhythm with their wheels on the track that sounded exactly like that handle was moving. Jiggle, jiggle, pause, jiggle, jiggle, jiggle. It was like something was mimicking a sound that only I would recognize. I sat frozen on my bed, staring at the handle as it continued to move for what felt like forever, but was probably only 20 seconds. Then it stopped. I'm not proud of what I did next, but I yelled, "Who's there?" in this shaky voice that didn't sound anything like me. No response. I managed to get up and check the bathroom. Empty. I knocked on the door to the neighboring suite. Our suite mates Becca and Mia were both gone for the weekend. They'd left earlier that day to visit Becca's family in Tampa. I even called Becca to confirm, and she said they were both definitely 3 hours away. When Jess got back later that night, I told her what happened. I could tell by her face that she believed me, which somehow made it worse. If she had laughed it off or suggested I was imagining things, maybe I could have convinced myself it was nothing. But she didn't. Instead, she suggested we sleep with the bathroom door locked from our side. The following week, things escalated even more. Jess came running into our room one afternoon looking like she'd seen a ghost. She said she'd just seen me walking down the hall wearing a red sweater and jeans. She'd called out to me, but I didn't respond, just turned the corner toward the stairwell. She followed, thinking I was ignoring her for some reason, but when she reached the stairwell, there was no one there. The problem? I had been in class all morning and had just gotten back to the dorm, and I didn't own a red sweater. Later that same day, we were studying in our room when we both heard what sounded like someone sprinting up the stairwell. Heavy, rapid footsteps, taking the stairs 2 or 3 at a time. The footsteps got louder and louder as they approached our floor. Then the stairwell door banged open. Jess and I looked at each other. Neither of us wanted to check, but I finally got up and peeked out our door. The hallway was empty, and the stairwell door was closed. I walked over and opened it. No one was there. Whatever had made those footsteps had either vanished or never existed in the first place. At this point, I was desperate for answers. I started researching Adams Hall online, looking for any history of hauntings or strange occurrences. I found a few old forum posts from former students mentioning weird experiences, but nothing specific or consistent enough to explain what was happening to us. I went to talk to my RA, hoping she might have some insight or at least acknowledge that something strange was going on. Her name was Vanessa, a junior who'd been living in Adams Hall for 3 years. When I told her about our experiences, she didn't seem surprised. "Adams has always had a reputation," she said quietly. "Administration doesn't like us talking about it because they don't want to scare freshmen, but this building has a history." According to Vanessa, in the 80s, a student had died in Adams Hall. She didn't know all the details or wasn't willing to share them, but said there had been reports of strange occurrences ever since. The knocking, unexplained sounds, glimpses of someone who wasn't there, these had all been reported by students over the years. When I asked why the university didn't do anything about it, she just shrugged. What can they do? It's not like they can exorcise a dorm building, and most of the time it's harmless. Creepy, but harmless. That didn't make me feel any better. Neither did the fact that more students on our floor were starting to report similar experiences. Madison said she woke up feeling like someone was sitting on the edge of her bed. Tyler and Aiden kept finding their door unlocked when they were sure they'd locked it before going to sleep. Someone on the second floor said they saw a girl in outdated clothes standing in the communal kitchen at 3 a.m., who vanished when they turned on the lights. The whole dorm was on edge. People started traveling in groups, even just to go to the bathroom at night. Some students requested room changes, though the housing department was reluctant to approve them without valid reasons. I tried to stay rational. I kept a log of every strange occurrence, noting the time, date, and circumstances. I thought maybe if I could find a pattern, there would be a logical explanation. Maybe it was related to the building's plumbing or electrical system. Maybe certain weather conditions caused strange acoustic effects. Maybe it was all just a combination of stress, suggestion, and an old building with poor insulation. But I couldn't explain everything. The bathroom handle that moved in the exact pattern of my childhood train. The knocking that both Jess and I heard, but never when we were both in the room. The scream that somehow seemed to originate from multiple places at once. The most terrifying incident happened just yesterday. I was alone in the room again. Jess was at a study group for our aviation class. It was around 9 p.m., and I was getting ready for bed early since I had an 8 a.m. class the next day. I had just finished brushing my teeth in our bathroom when I heard someone call my name from inside our bedroom. It sounded exactly like Jess. Same voice, same slight southern accent. "Eliza, can you come here for a sec?" I opened the bathroom door, expecting to see Jess back early from her study group. The room was empty. I stood frozen in the doorway, my heart pounding. "Hello?" I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. No answer. I quickly checked under both beds, in the closet, everywhere someone could possibly hide in our small dorm room. Nothing. I called Jess immediately. She answered on the third ring, and I could hear the sounds of the library in the background. "Hey, what's up?" she asked, clearly still at her study group. "Did you just come back to the room?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "No, I'm still at the library. Why?" I couldn't bring myself to tell her what had happened, not over the phone. I just said I thought I'd heard someone in our room and asked when she'd be back. She said she'd be there in about an hour, which left me alone in the room with whatever had called my name. I couldn't bring myself to stay there, so I grabbed my keys and went to the common room on the first floor, where there were always people hanging out. When Jess got back, I told her everything. We decided to sleep with the lights on that night. Neither of us slept much anyway. This morning, I went to the campus library and started researching the history of Adams Hall more thoroughly. I found an old newspaper article from 1982 about a student named Elizabeth Lizzie Carey, who had died in Adams Hall. The details were vague. It just said she was found in her room and that foul play wasn't suspected. But the article mentioned she had been an aviation major, just like me. Is it a coincidence that my name is Eliza, so close to Elizabeth, that we're both aviation majors, that the strange occurrences seem to follow me specifically? I don't know what to do next. The housing department won't let us change rooms mid-semester without a legitimate reason, and I'm pretty sure the dorm is haunted doesn't qualify in their book. Most of our friends think we're just scaring ourselves, even though many of them have experienced strange things too. All I know is that something is in Adams Hall with us. Something that knocks on doors when no one is there. Something that can mimic voices and appear as people who aren't really there. Something that knows personal details about me that it shouldn't know. And I think it's trying to tell us something. Or maybe just me. I just haven't figured out what yet. Story 5. I've never been a believer in the supernatural. Even as a kid, I'd roll my eyes at ghost stories. I grew up in Thornwick, this tiny coastal village in England that's so small, it doesn't even show up on some maps. It's the kind of place where everyone knows each other, where the pace of life moves with the tides. The air always smells like salt and seaweed, and you can hear the waves crashing against the cliffs from pretty much anywhere. I'd lived here my entire life, and never once felt afraid of the place I called home. That all changed last year. I'm still struggling to make sense of what happened that night. Part of me wishes I could just forget it, but the memory is burned into my brain. I still wake up in cold sweats, heart racing, convinced she's standing outside my window. I know how this sounds, but I swear on my life, every word of this is true. It was the middle of July, unusually warm for England. During the day, temperatures had reached almost 30 degrees Celsius, so I'd left my bedroom window cracked open to catch the night breeze. I remember checking the time before trying to sleep, just past midnight. My elderly Labrador, Sasha, was curled up at the foot of my bed as usual. She's 14 now, grey around the muzzle, with arthritis in her back legs, and a bladder that can't make it through the night anymore. I'd fallen into a deep sleep when Sasha's whining woke me. She was standing by the bedroom door, her tail tucked between her legs, which was her signal that she needed to go out. The digital clock on my nightstand read 3:15 in the morning. I groaned but got up. When you have an old dog, middle-of-the-night bathroom trips become routine. Our house sits at the very end of Blackthorn Lane, a dead-end street that backs up against a steep hill covered in dense woodland. There are only 5 houses on our road, and mine is the most secluded, with a large yard that stretches back toward the hill. It's private, peaceful. At least, it was. I pulled on a hoodie over my t-shirt and pajama bottoms, slipped into my gardening boots by the back door, and grabbed Sasha's leash, though I rarely used it in our fenced yard. The night was unusually still. No breeze, no distant sound of waves, just an unsettling silence that made the hairs on my arms stand up. I flicked on the outside light and opened the door, letting Sasha hobble out ahead of me. She immediately went to her usual spot near the old oak tree at the edge of the garden. I stood on the back step, yawning and rubbing my eyes, when something caught my attention. There was someone in my garden. A woman was standing perfectly still about 15 meters from the house, right at the edge where our mowed lawn meets the wild underbrush that grows at the base of the hill. The security light didn't quite reach that far, so she was mostly in shadow, but I could make out her silhouette clearly against the slightly lighter backdrop of the hill. She was facing the house, facing me, wearing what looked like a long dress or nightgown that hung limply around her thin frame. My first thought was that she must be lost or confused. Maybe she was sleepwalking or, worst case, was suffering from dementia and had wandered away from home. Thornwick has its fair share of elderly residents. "Hello," I called out, not too loudly to avoid waking the neighbors. "Are you all right?" She didn't move, didn't respond, just stood there staring toward the house. I called out again, a bit louder this time. "Excuse me, do you need help?" Nothing, not even a twitch. By now, Sasha had finished her business and was sniffing around near the flower beds, completely unaware of the stranger. I whistled softly for her to come back, suddenly feeling uneasy about having her too far from me. I stepped down from the back step onto the lawn, trying to be helpful despite the growing knot in my stomach. "It's very late. Are you lost?" That's when the woman tilted her head slightly in a way that wasn't right. It was too fluid, too exaggerated, like her neck had an extra joint. And though I still couldn't make out her features clearly, I had the distinct impression she was smiling. Every instinct told me to go back inside, but I was frozen in place, my feet seemingly rooted to the ground. The rational part of my brain was still trying to make sense of the situation. Maybe she was injured. Maybe she needed help. Then Sasha growled. In 14 years, I'd never heard her growl at a person. She was the friendliest dog imaginable, more likely to lick an intruder to death than scare them off. But now, she was standing rigid, hackles raised, emitting a low, continuous growl that made my blood run cold. The woman took one step forward, then another. Her movements were strange, too smooth in some places, too jerky in others, like someone trying to mimic human motion without quite getting it right. "I think you should leave," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "This is private property." She stopped. For what felt like an eternity, she just stood there, halfway between her original position and where I stood. The silence stretched out, broken only by Sasha's increasingly agitated growling. Then it happened. The woman threw her head back and let out the most horrific sound I've ever heard. It wasn't just a scream. It was something primal, something that didn't sound human at all. It started as a high-pitched wail that seemed to physically pierce my eardrums, then dropped to a guttural, animal-like howl that reverberated through the night air. The sound went on and on, without pause for breath, impossible for human lungs to sustain. And then she charged. 1 second she was standing motionless, the next she was running full tilt toward me, moving far faster than should have been possible. Her limbs flailed in unnatural angles, her head still tilted to that impossible degree, that awful noise still pouring from her. I don't remember consciously deciding to move. Pure survival instinct took over. I scooped up Sasha, who was now barking frantically, and ran for the house. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. I slammed the door behind me, fumbling with the lock, my hands shaking violently. Through the small window in the door, I could see the yard was empty. The woman had vanished. The security light illuminated the empty lawn, the undisturbed garden, the silent tree line. I backed away from the door, clutching Sasha to my chest. Her heart was racing as fast as mine. I retreated to my bedroom, closed and locked that door too, then huddled under the covers with my dog, like a frightened child hiding from monsters in the dark. I didn't sleep. How could I? Every creak of the house, every rustle of leaves outside my window sounded like her coming for me. I kept the lights on and waited for dawn, checking the bedroom door lock every few minutes. When morning finally came, I was exhausted, but determined to find some rational explanation for what had happened. In the harsh light of day, I told myself I must have exaggerated the experience in my mind. Maybe it was just a drunk teenager playing a prank. Maybe I'd been half asleep and had some kind of waking nightmare. I ventured outside cautiously. The garden looked exactly as it always did, the grass still damp with dew, the flowers nodding gently in the morning breeze. I examined the spot where the woman had stood, looking for any sign of her presence. Footprints, broken branches, disturbed earth. There was nothing. The ground was undisturbed. If someone had run across that lawn, there should have been some evidence. But the grass wasn't even bent. I checked the entire perimeter of the property. The gate was still locked from the inside, and the fence showed no signs of being climbed. The only way into the yard without going through the house was from the hillside at the back, but that would require navigating dense underbrush and a steep incline, difficult in daylight, nearly impossible in darkness. I spent the day in a fog, jumping at every sound, checking and rechecking the locks. I called in sick to work. I couldn't concentrate on anything. Around midday, I finally worked up the courage to ask my nearest neighbor, Mrs. Harding, if she'd heard anything unusual during the night. "Like what, dear?" she asked, peering at me over her reading glasses. "A scream," I said. "A really loud scream around 3 in the morning." She shook her head. "Slept like a log, I'm afraid, though it might have been a fox you heard. They make the most dreadful screaming sounds, especially during mating season." But it wasn't a fox. I know what foxes sound like. This was something else entirely. That night I double-checked every lock, closed every curtain, and kept all the lights on. I didn't sleep, or the night after that. By the third night, exhaustion won out, and I collapsed into a fitful sleep filled with nightmares of that tilted head and inhuman scream. The woman never returned, at least not that I saw. But something fundamentally changed in me after that night. I used to love the darkness, the quiet solitude of the early morning hours. Now I can't go outside after 1 in the morning without bringing my brother, who lives nearby, or carrying the heavy flashlight that I've started keeping by the door, more as a potential weapon than a source of light. I've tried to find explanations. I've researched local folklore, wondering if there are any legends about a screaming woman or banshee-like creature in Thornwick's history. I've looked into whether anyone with severe mental illness had escaped from care facilities in the area that night. I've even reluctantly explored supernatural explanations, despite my lifelong skepticism. Nothing fits. Nothing explains what I saw and heard. Sometimes I convince myself it was just a bizarre encounter with an actual person, maybe someone on drugs or suffering a psychotic episode. But then I remember the way she moved, that impossible head tilt, the scream that went on too long without a breath, and how she vanished without a trace. And I know deep down that whatever was in my garden that night wasn't fully human. Sasha won't go to that part of the yard anymore. When I take her out, she stays close to the house, watching the tree line warily. Animals know things we don't. They sense things our rational minds try to explain away. It's been over a year now. I still live in the same house, though I've considered moving. Where would I go, though? How do I know she wouldn't follow? Sometimes when I close my eyes, I can still see her standing there at the edge of the garden, waiting. Sometimes in my dreams, I don't make it back to the door in time. I don't expect anyone to believe me. I'm not sure I would believe it myself if someone else told me this story. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. And I know that something was in my garden that night that shouldn't exist in our world. The worst part isn't the fear, though that's bad enough. It's the not knowing. Not knowing what she was, not knowing why she came, not knowing if she'll come back. Every night when I let Sasha out, I stand in the doorway, keys clutched in my fist as a makeshift weapon, and I scan the darkness, wondering if tonight will be the night I see her again, and I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't made it back to the door in time. Story 6. I still don't know how to explain what happened that night. 8 years ago. I've tried to rationalize it, convince myself it was a trick of the light or some kind of shared hallucination, but deep down, I know what Beth and I saw was real. I've never shared this story publicly before, but I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar. I grew up in Blackthorn, a small village nestled on the edge of the Great Moor. It's one of those places where everyone knows everyone, where rumors spread faster than wildfire, and where old stories and superstitions are passed down through generations. My family home stood at the edge of the village, the last house before the narrow road wound its way onto the moor. My mum always said our family was different. She came from a long line of women who were what she called spiritually awake. I never really understood what that meant growing up. She'd talk about sensing presences, having vivid dreams that sometimes came true, and knowing things before they happened. As a teenager, I rolled my eyes at most of it, chalking it up to my mum being eccentric. Looking back now, I wish I'd paid more attention. It was summer break, and I'd just turned 16. My best friend Beth was staying over, something we did practically every weekend. Beth was the pragmatic one between us. Straight-A student, logical, always looking for the rational explanation. I was more impulsive, willing to believe in possibilities beyond what we could see or touch. That night, we'd been watching horror movies in my bedroom, some cheesy slasher film that had us more laughing than scared. My bedroom was on the second floor, with windows overlooking the street. Around 11:30, we heard an odd sound coming from outside, a distinctive bouncing like a tennis ball hitting pavement, then a pause, then another bounce. "What's that?" Beth asked, reaching for the remote to pause the movie. "Probably just someone walking their dog," I said, though even I thought it was strange for someone to be out so late in our sleepy village. The bouncing continued, rhythmic and somehow unsettling in its regularity. The sound seemed to be coming closer to the house. "Let's check it out," I suggested, already moving toward the window. Beth hesitated. "Vic, it's probably nothing. Just ignore it." But curiosity got the better of both of us, and soon we were peering through the curtains, looking down at the street below. The road was narrow and dimly lit by a few old-fashioned street lamps that cast pools of yellowish light every 20 meters or so. Between those pools were stretches of darkness. At first, I didn't see anything. Then, emerging from the shadows into one of the pools of light, I spotted an elderly woman walking with a small dog on a leash. She had light grey hair tied back in a loose bun and wore what looked like an old-fashioned dress with a cardigan despite the warm summer night. She walked with a noticeable stoop, and there was something odd about her movements that I couldn't quite place. "See, just an old lady walking her dog," Beth whispered, but she didn't move away from the window. As we watched, the woman reached into the pocket of her cardigan and pulled out what looked like a small rubber ball. She tossed it a short distance ahead, and her dog, some kind of terrier, ran after it eagerly. The ball bounced once, twice, 3 times on the pavement before the dog caught it and brought it back to her. "That's what we heard," Beth said, sounding relieved. "Just the ball bouncing." The woman took the ball from the dog and threw it again. This time, something strange happened. As the ball bounced away, the woman suddenly lifted off the ground. I blinked, certain I was seeing things, but no. The elderly woman was literally bouncing down the street. Not jumping, not hopping, but bouncing exactly like the rubber ball she'd just thrown. Her feet would touch the ground, and then she'd spring back up higher each time. First 2 feet, then 4, then nearly 7 feet in the air. "What the fuck?" Beth whispered beside me, her voice tight with fear. The woman's body remained rigid, her stooped posture unchanged as she bounced. Her dog trotted alongside her, as if this was perfectly normal. The most disturbing part was her face, completely emotionless, blank, her eyes fixed straight ahead. I felt my stomach twist into a knot. This wasn't possible. People don't bounce like balls. I squeezed Beth's arm, my nails digging into her skin, but she didn't react. She was frozen, staring at the impossible sight below us. The woman bounced past directly in front of our house, reaching heights that brought her almost level with our second-floor window. If she'd turned her head, she would have been looking right at us. The sound of her hitting the pavement echoed in the quiet street, a dull thud followed by silence as she shot back up into the air. "She's going to see us," Beth whispered frantically, pulling at my sleeve. Just as she said it, the woman seemed to pause mid-bounce, hovering impossibly at the peak of her trajectory. Then slowly, her head began to turn toward our window. I yanked the curtain closed and stumbled backward, pulling Beth with me. We fell onto my bed, both breathing hard. The movie was still paused on the TV, some actress frozen mid-scream. "Did you—" Beth started. "Yes," I cut her off. "I saw it too." We sat in silence for a moment, listening. The bouncing sound had stopped. Part of me wanted to look out the window again to confirm what I'd seen, but fear kept me rooted to the spot. "That's not possible," Beth said finally, her voice shaking. "People can't bounce like that. It defies physics. It defies everything." "I know what I saw," I replied, though I was already questioning myself. Could it have been a trick of the light? Some bizarre optical illusion caused by the street lamps? A soft knock on the door made us both jump. "Girls!" My mum's voice filtered through. "Everything all right in there?" Beth and I exchanged glances. Should we tell her? Would she think we were making it up or playing a prank? "We're fine, Mum," I called back, trying to keep my voice steady. There was a pause, then, "Victoria, open the door, please." Something in her tone made me get up immediately. I opened the door to find my mum standing there, her face uncharacteristically serious. She looked past me to Beth, then back to me. "You saw something," she said. It wasn't a question. I nodded, uncertain how she knew. Out the window, an old woman. My mum's face paled slightly. She stepped into the room and closed the door behind her. "Both of you, come downstairs. Now." We followed her in silence down to the kitchen. The house was quiet. My dad was away on business, and my younger brother was at a friend's house for the night. Sit, my mum instructed, pointing to the kitchen table. But not together. Victoria, you sit here. Beth, over there. She placed us at opposite ends of the table, then retrieved 2 sheets of paper and 2 pencils from a drawer. I want each of you to draw what you saw, she said firmly. Don't look at each other's drawings. Don't speak until you're finished. Beth and I exchanged confused glances before my mum separated us further by positioning herself between us. Draw, she repeated. Everything you remember. Every detail. I started sketching. I'm not particularly artistic, but I tried my best to capture the scene. The street lamps, the elderly woman with her stooped posture and blank expression, the small dog, and the bizarre, impossible bouncing motion. I tried to show how high she went, drawing multiple versions of her at different heights. My hand was shaking, making the lines wobbly and uneven. When we both finished, my mum collected the drawings without looking at them. She placed them face down in front of her and took a deep breath. I'm going to ask you some questions, she said. Victoria, you go first. What color was the woman's hair? Light gray, I answered immediately. In a loose bun. My mum nodded and turned to Beth. Beth? Gray, Beth confirmed. Pulled back in a bun. Not very neat. My mum continued with more questions. What was the woman wearing? A floral patterned dress with a cardigan over it. What kind of dog did she have? A small terrier, possibly a Jack Russell. How high did she bounce? Starting at about 2 feet, increasing to around 7 feet. With each matching answer, my mum's expression grew more troubled. Finally, she turned over our drawings and placed them side by side. Despite our differing artistic abilities, the images were shockingly similar. We'd both drawn the woman in the same position, with the same stooped posture, the same blank expression. We'd both shown the dog, the ball, the street lamps in the same locations. And we'd both tried to illustrate the unnatural bouncing motion in almost identical ways. My mum stared at the drawings for a long time before looking up at us. You were not supposed to see this, she said quietly. See what? Beth demanded, finding her voice at last. What was that thing? It couldn't have been real. But it was, my mum replied. You both saw it. You both drew it. Your experiences match perfectly. Mum, people don't bounce 7 feet in the air, I said, frustration mixing with fear. It's physically impossible. In our world, yes, my mum agreed. But there are things that exist in the spaces between what we consider possible and impossible. Beth made a scoffing sound. Are you saying we saw a ghost? Some kind of supernatural creature? My mum shook her head. I don't have a name for what you saw. In my family, we've always just called them the others. Beings that sometimes cross into our reality. I felt a chill run down my spine. My mum had mentioned the others before in passing. Usually when warning me about wandering too far onto the moor at night. I'd always assumed it was just her way of keeping me close to home, a parental scare tactic. The women in our family have always been able to sense them, she continued, looking directly at me. You felt it too, Victoria. Those moments where you suddenly feel like you're being watched. The dreams that feel too real. She wasn't wrong. I'd had those experiences all my life, but had dismissed them as an overactive imagination or normal teenage anxiety. But Beth saw it too, I pointed out, and she's not related to us. My mum glanced at Beth with something like concern. Some people are naturally more receptive, or perhaps she saw it because she was with you. Your awareness might have temporarily extended to her. Beth looked pale. This is crazy, she muttered, but without much conviction. She had seen what she had seen. What do we do now? I asked. My mum gathered up the drawings and went to the stove. She lit a burner and held the papers over the flame, watching as they caught fire and curled into ash. If you ever see her again, or anything like her, look away immediately, she said firmly. Turn around, go the other direction. Don't stare, don't take pictures, don't try to follow. But why? Beth asked. What would happen if we did? My mum let the last bits of ash fall into the sink and ran water over them. The others aren't meant to be observed by us. When we see them, we're witnessing something that shouldn't be possible in our reality. It creates a connection. The more attention you give them, the stronger that connection becomes. And that's bad, I pressed. It can be, my mum said simply. She refused to elaborate further, just made us promise to follow her instructions. We spent the rest of the night in the living room with all the lights on, watching mindless TV shows until we eventually fell asleep as dawn was breaking. Beth left early the next morning. We didn't talk about what we'd seen, not then, and not for several weeks afterward. When we finally did discuss it, it was briefly and uncomfortably, neither of us wanting to dwell on something we couldn't explain. Over time, Beth convinced herself it had been some kind of bizarre shared hallucination. Maybe we both breathed in some kind of toxic mold spores in your old house, she suggested once. Or carbon monoxide. That can cause hallucinations. But I knew my mum had taken what we saw seriously. Too seriously for it to be dismissed so easily. After that night, she started teaching me things. How to recognize signs that the others might be nearby, how to strengthen what she called my natural barriers. I never saw the bouncing woman again, though sometimes I still hear the distinctive sound of a ball bouncing on pavement late at night. When I do, I close my curtains and turn up my music. 8 years have passed. Beth and I drifted apart after high school, as childhood friends often do. Last I heard, she was studying physics at university, perhaps still trying to find a rational explanation for what we saw that night. My mum passed away 2 years ago after a short battle with cancer. In her final days, delirious with pain medication, she kept warning me about the spaces between. She made me promise again never to stare if I saw something impossible. I've kept that promise. But I've never forgotten what I saw, never fully convinced myself it wasn't real. How could Beth and I have independently drawn the same impossible thing with such matching detail? How could my mum have known immediately what had happened? Sometimes I wonder if the elderly woman is still out there, bouncing down quiet streets late at night while her little dog trots faithfully beside her. I wonder if other people have seen her too, or things like her, glimpses of something that shouldn't exist in our world, but somehow does. I still live in Blackthorn. I've thought about leaving many times, but something keeps me here. Maybe it's because this is where the veil between worlds seems thinnest. Maybe it's because I'm still searching for answers about what we saw that night. Or maybe it's because deep down I know the truth. That the boundaries of reality are more permeable than we like to believe, and that sometimes, when the conditions are just right, we catch glimpses of things that exist in the spaces between what's possible and what's not. The bouncing woman of Blackthorn was real. Beth and I both saw her. And sometimes, late at night, when I hear the rhythmic sound of something bouncing on pavement outside my window, I still pull the curtains tight and turn away, remembering my mother's warning. Never stare, never follow, and above all, never let them know you can see them. Story 7. I've always considered myself pretty level-headed. I'm not the type to jump at shadows or believe in ghost stories, but after what happened in Millbrook, I don't know what to believe anymore. It started about 7 months ago when I decided to renovate my second home in the village. It's a quaint little place that I got for a steal because it needed so much work. My dad Robert and my sister Olivia offered to help with the renovation. We're a pretty handy family. Dad's been in construction his whole life, and he taught both of us everything he knows. At first, we thought we'd live in the house while renovating. It made sense financially, and we figured we could handle a bit of dust and inconvenience. The plan was to start from the top and work our way down, beginning with the attic. The first weird thing happened on our third day there. Dad came down from the attic looking confused. "Emma," he said, "did you arrange those Art Deco tiles on the window ledge up there?" I hadn't been in the attic yet that day, so I told him no. Olivia hadn't either. Dad described finding 3 vintage tiles, each with different geometric patterns, carefully lined up on the windowsill. We decided someone must have left them there, maybe the previous owner or the estate agent. The next morning, I went up to check them out myself. Instead of being neatly arranged on the windowsill, they were face down on the floor. I called Dad up, and he swore they'd been perfectly aligned on the sill the day before. We thought it was odd, but found a dead starling nearby and figured it might have knocked them over somehow before dying. But things kept happening. Tools would disappear from where we'd left them. Dad's favorite screwdriver vanished for 2 days before suddenly reappearing in the middle of the kitchen floor. Power equipment would get unplugged overnight, even though we were certain we'd left everything ready to go. After about 2 weeks of this, Dad and Olivia started joking about having a poltergeist. I laughed it off, but a shiver ran down my spine every time they mentioned it. I decided to ask around about the previous owner. Our nearest neighbor, an older gentleman named Bill, told me the house had belonged to Mrs. Thornton, an elderly woman who'd lived there alone for decades after her husband died. According to Bill, she'd fallen and broken her hip in the kitchen. With no family and few visitors, she'd lain there for 3 days before passing away from dehydration and exposure. I felt sick thinking about her final days, alone and in pain in the very house we were now renovating. While clearing out the last of Mrs. Thornton's possessions from a hall closet, I found a metal pin with the Virgin Mary on it and an old bathrobe. The bathrobe was faded pink with moth holes, but something made me keep it. I even wore it a couple of times to spook Olivia, joking that it was Mrs. Thornton's ghost robe. About a month into the renovation, the weird occurrences intensified. One evening, I got tired of Olivia's eye rolls whenever I put on the old bathrobe, so I decided to hide it under a pile of tools in the garage. That night, I came back to my bedroom after a shower to find the robe laid out carefully on my bed. Olivia and Dad both denied moving it. My skin crawled as I looked at it spread out there, as if someone was about to put it on. A few nights later, I was woken up by something hitting my head. I turned on the light to find that a small mirror had somehow fallen from the wall and onto my pillow. It had left a small cut on my forehead. The weird thing was, the nail it hung from was still firmly in the wall, and the wire on the back of the mirror was intact. It would have had to move outward before falling to land where it did. Dad experienced something even more frightening. He wears a small crucifix necklace that his mother gave him. One afternoon, while he was working alone in the living room, he swore the crucifix lifted up from his chest, hovered for a second, then struck him in the eye. He had a visible bruise for days. When he told me about it, his hands were shaking. I'd never seen my dad scared before. We started hearing footsteps in the kitchen at night, soft, shuffling steps like someone with a limp moving around, and there was a smell that would appear and disappear. Lavender, I think. Mrs. Thornton's perfume, according to Bill. The smell would come on so strong it was almost suffocating, then vanish in an instant. One morning, I found these weird lines of dirt across the thresholds of several doorways. They were perfectly straight, like someone had drawn them with a ruler. And then there were the centipedes. House centipedes aren't even common in the UK, but we kept finding them everywhere, in our shoes, our bedding, our clothes. It was like they were being placed there deliberately. After 6 weeks, we decided we couldn't stay in the house overnight anymore. The commute from my primary home was a pain, especially with all the tools and materials we needed to transport back and forth, but none of us could stand another night there. The strange thing is, it's like whatever was in that house followed us. At my main residence, a framed picture of Dad inexplicably fell off the wall and shattered. It happened during dinner when all three of us were sitting at the table. We just heard a crash and found it face down on the floor, the only picture that had fallen despite several others hanging nearby. I've started having these dreams about Mrs. Thornton. I never met her, never even saw a picture of her, but in my dreams she's wearing that pink bathrobe and looking at me with such anger. Sometimes she's lying on the kitchen floor, calling for help in a weak voice that gradually fades away. The renovation is nearly complete now, but none of us wants to spend any more time in that house than necessary. Dad refuses to go there alone, and Olivia has dropped out of the project entirely after claiming something grabbed her ankle while she was painting the upstairs hallway. I thought about selling the place, but how do I explain all this to potential buyers? And would selling even solve the problem? Whatever's happening seems attached to us now, not just the house. Last week, I consulted a local medium. I've never believed in that stuff, but I'm desperate for answers. She told me that spirits who die alone and in pain sometimes become angry, especially when their personal spaces are disturbed. She suggested I return Mrs. Thornton's belongings to the house and leave them undisturbed. So yesterday, I placed the Virgin Mary pin and the bathrobe in the bedroom that we think was hers. I said a few words, telling Mrs. Thornton that we meant no disrespect and that we were sorry for her suffering. I don't know if it will help, but it's all I can think to do. This morning, I found 3 Art Deco tiles arranged in a triangle on my bedside table at my primary residence, 15 miles away from the Millbrook house. No one has been in my bedroom. The doors were locked, the windows were closed. What makes my blood run cold is that I distinctly remember throwing those tiles away months ago after the Starling incident. I watched the garbage truck take them away, so here I am, writing this with shaking hands, wondering what happens next. The renovation is almost done, but I don't think our experience with Mrs. Thornton is over. Not by a long shot. I woke up this morning to find a house centipede crawling across my pillow and a strong smell of lavender in the room. There were soft, shuffling sounds coming from my hallway. I lay frozen in bed, afraid to look, afraid to move. Then my bedroom door slowly creaked open. There was no one there, just the empty hallway. But hanging from the doorknob was Mrs. Thornton's pink bathrobe, the same one I'd left at the Millbrook house yesterday. I haven't told Dad or Olivia yet. I don't know what to do. The medium said angry spirits can attach themselves to people or objects they feel have invaded their territory. I think Mrs. Thornton has attached herself to me. As I'm typing this, I can hear those soft, shuffling footsteps moving around my kitchen. Sometimes they stop right outside my door. Sometimes they move quickly, urgently, like someone rushing to answer a door that never rang. The lavender smell comes and goes. The centipedes appear in the strangest places. This morning, I found one nestled in my coffee mug before I poured the coffee. Last night, another one crawled across my phone screen as I was about to make a call. I've tried researching what to do, but there's so much conflicting information about angry spirits. Some sources say to acknowledge them, others say to ignore them completely. Some suggest cleansing rituals. Others warn that these can make the spirit more agitated. Yesterday, I thought I heard someone whispering my name while I was in the shower. When I turned off the water to listen, there was nothing. But when I went to grab my towel, it wasn't where I left it. I found it neatly folded on my bed, with a house centipede sitting right in the center of it. I'm writing this now because I'm afraid to sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I see Mrs. Thornton's face, angry and accusing. I see her lying on that kitchen floor, calling for help that never came. I wonder if she thinks we're intruders. I wonder if she knows we're just trying to make her house beautiful again. The tiles are still on my bedside table. I don't dare move them. The bathrobe is still hanging from my door. Sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I think I see it move, as if someone invisible is wearing it. Dad called an hour ago. He said the crucifix necklace his mother gave him has gone missing. He's torn his house apart looking for it. I didn't have the heart to tell him that I can see it right now, hanging from my ceiling fan, slowly turning in circles even though the fan is off. It's 4 in the morning now. The shuffling footsteps have stopped. The house is completely silent, which somehow feels worse than the noises. The lavender smell is stronger than ever. I don't know what Mrs. Thornton wants from us. I don't know how to help her find peace. All I know is that I'm afraid to be alone in my own home, afraid of an old woman who died alone and in pain, and who seems determined to make sure we understand exactly how that felt. Something just fell in the kitchen. I can hear it rolling across the floor. I should go check, but I can't make myself get up. The footsteps have started again, faster now, angry. Coming toward my room, the door is opening again. The bathrobe is swaying. There's no one there. There's no one there. But I can smell the lavender. It's suffocating. And the bathrobe is moving as if someone's putting it on. I think Mrs. Thornton has come to stay. Story 8. I think about getting out of this house every single day. I'm sitting in my car in the driveway right now, dreading going inside, even though it's getting dark and starting to rain. You know that feeling when you just don't want to be somewhere? Multiply that by 1,000. That's how I feel about the house I spent 2 years designing, the house I poured my savings into, the house that was supposed to be our forever home. It started almost right after we moved in, back in June 2018. Nothing major at first, just those little things you can easily explain away. A door that shouldn't be open, the sound of footsteps when nobody's there. My wife Melissa thought I was being paranoid, and honestly, I wanted to believe her. I work from home as a software developer while Melissa teaches 3rd grade, and our daughter Lily is in school. My office is in the basement, a big, finished space with recessed lighting, a nice desk set up, and a dog bed where Luna and Daisy, our golden retrievers, usually nap while I work. Honestly, having them there has been my saving grace through all of this. The first really unsettling thing happened about 3 months after moving in. I was coding, completely focused on my screen, when I felt 3 distinct taps on my right shoulder. Not like someone brushing against me, like deliberate pokes to get my attention. I literally jumped out of my chair and spun around, but there was nobody there, just Luna and Daisy, sleeping soundly on their bed. The basement door was closed. Every hair on my body stood up. I tried to laugh it off, telling myself it was just a muscle spasm or something, but deep down, I knew better. Something had touched me. After that, I started noticing more things. Scratching noises in the walls that couldn't be explained by pipes, or the house settling. Shadows moving in my peripheral vision, not just once, but repeatedly in the same spots. The corner by the stairs was the worst. Sometimes the shadow would be so distinct that I'd call out Melissa, thinking she'd come home early. The dogs started acting weird too. They'd sometimes stare at empty corners or doorways, their eyes tracking something I couldn't see. I'd heard dogs could sense things humans can't, but watching Luna and Daisy follow invisible movements across the room made my skin crawl. Lily was 9 when we moved in, and we'd set up an awesome bedroom for her in the basement. Pink walls, fairy lights, the works. She loved it at first, but after about 6 months she started asking to sleep upstairs. When we pushed for a reason, she finally broke down. "The basement doesn't like me," she said, "and Luna and Daisy won't stay with me down there anymore." I'll never forget the look in her eyes. Pure fear. This wasn't a kid making up stories for attention. Something was genuinely terrifying her. "What happens in the basement, sweetie?" I asked her. "Someone watches me from the closet," she whispered, "and sometimes they sit on my bed." That was it. We moved her upstairs that very day. Melissa was still skeptical, suggesting Lily was just having nightmares or had watched something scary at a friend's house. But I knew better. I was experiencing things too, just keeping quiet about them to avoid sounding crazy. Working in the basement became increasingly difficult. There was a heaviness to the air, like the feeling before a thunderstorm, but all the time. Cold spots would appear randomly. I'd walk through sections of the room that were easily 15 degrees colder than everywhere else, with no explanation. The HVAC guy found nothing wrong with our system. One Tuesday in January, just a few months ago, I was deep into coding when Luna came downstairs. Instead of trotting over normally, she was crawling on her belly, ears flat against her head. When she reached me, she was trembling so badly I thought she might be sick. I called Daisy to come down too, thinking maybe they needed to go out. Daisy appeared at the top of the stairs, took a few steps down, then froze. She started growling at something in the hallway behind her, something I couldn't see from my angle. Her hackles were raised, teeth bared. I called her name repeatedly, but she wouldn't move. Just stood there, growling at empty space, until suddenly she yelped like something had scared her and bolted down the stairs, hiding under my desk. That was the moment I knew without a doubt our house had something seriously wrong with it. The incidents escalated from there. I'd be alone in the house and lights would switch on and off. Not flickering like an electrical issue. I mean completely off, then fully on minutes later. The TV in the living room would turn on by itself, always to static. One morning, I came downstairs to find every single cabinet door in the kitchen standing open, though I'd been the last one to go to bed, and they were definitely closed then. I finally broke down and told Melissa everything. To my surprise, she admitted she'd been experiencing things too. Items moving from where she'd left them, the feeling of someone standing behind her when she was alone, the shower curtain billowing inward when there wasn't any draft. She'd been keeping quiet because she thought I'd think she was losing it. Then we started hearing from the neighbors. The Richardsons next door mentioned their dog refused to enter certain rooms. The Chens across the street found their toddler's toys arranged in perfect circles in the middle of rooms. The Patels, 2 doors down, had their TV turn on at full volume at 3 in the morning when they were out of town. Their security cameras caught it happening with nobody present. Something was affecting the entire neighborhood, but our house seemed to be the epicenter. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched all the time. I'd wake up at night feeling a weight on the edge of the bed, like someone was sitting there. The pressure would disappear the moment I turned on the light. Lily started sleeping with her door open and a night light, saying she could hear whispering through her heating vent. The final straw came when I found Luna whimpering outside the basement door one morning. Daisy was nowhere to be found. I searched the entire house, calling for her, growing increasingly panicked. I finally heard faint barking coming from the basement utility closet, a small room I almost never entered. The door was firmly shut, with a chair wedged under the handle from the outside. I can't explain that. Nobody in my family had put her in there. The chair had been in the kitchen the night before. Yet somehow Daisy was locked in that closet, terrified and pawing at the door. After that incident, I started researching our property's history. It took some digging through county records and old newspaper archives, but what I found made my blood run cold. Our entire subdivision was built on the former grounds of the Pinewood Sanatorium, which operated from 1903 to 1955. Thousands of patients were treated there for everything from tuberculosis to mental illness, and the treatment methods were barbaric by today's standards. Ice baths, electroshock therapy, experimental surgeries. According to the records, there was a particularly dark period in the 1920s when a doctor named Harmon conducted unauthorized experiments on patients, resulting in numerous deaths. The exact location of these experiments, the east wing of the building, precisely where our house now stands. The sanatorium closed after a fire killed 27 patients who had been locked in their rooms. The land sat abandoned for decades before a developer bought it in 2016 and built our neighborhood. They never moved the bodies. That's what keeps me up at night. According to the Historical Society, the sanatorium had its own cemetery on the grounds. But when the development was built, no human remains were ever officially relocated. The developer claimed there was no evidence of graves, but the old maps clearly show a burial site. I shared my findings with some neighbors, and soon everyone was comparing notes on their experiences. The pattern was undeniable. The closer to our house, the more intense the activity. Last week, things reached a breaking point. I was working in the basement when the temperature suddenly dropped so dramatically I could see my breath. The lights flickered, then went out completely. In the darkness, I heard what sounded like multiple people whispering, the voices seeming to come from all around me. My laptop screen provided the only light, and in its dim glow, I swear I saw figures moving along the walls. Not just shadows, but silhouettes of people in old-fashioned clothing, moving jerkily, like in those ancient film reels. Then came the smell, antiseptic mixed with something foul and organic. I was frozen in place, unable to move as the whispering grew louder. Suddenly, Luna and Daisy began barking hysterically upstairs. Their panic broke my paralysis, and I bolted for the stairs. As I reached the bottom step, I felt hands grabbing at my clothes, cold fingers brushing against my neck. I've never run so fast in my life. When I reached the main floor, the dogs were going crazy at the basement door. The moment I slammed it shut, everything stopped. The cold, the smell, everything returned to normal. But I knew what I'd experienced wasn't a hallucination. That night, we heard scratching inside the walls, not like rodents, but like fingernails desperately trying to claw through drywall. It moved through the house, from room to room, sometimes pausing before continuing with increased intensity. Melissa and Lily slept in our car that night. I stayed inside with the dogs, determined to figure out what was happening. Around 3 in the morning, I was sitting in the living room when I heard a child's laughter coming from Lily's old bedroom in the basement. It wasn't Lily's laugh. It was higher pitched, almost sing-song. Then footsteps running back and forth. I didn't investigate. Some primal part of me knew that whatever was down there wasn't something I should confront alone. In the morning, I found children's handprints on the basement windows. Small handprints pressed against the glass from the inside, though the windows are too high for any child to reach without a ladder. We're still living here. We can't afford to move. Every penny we had went into building this house. We've tried sage, prayers, having a priest bless the house. Nothing works for more than a day or two. I'm sharing this because I don't know what else to do. Last night, I woke up to find my daughter standing at the foot of our bed. But when I called her name, she didn't respond. When I turned on the light, her eyes were closed. She was sleepwalking, something she's never done before. "They want us to dig," she said in a flat voice. "They're not where they're supposed to be." When she woke up this morning, she had no memory of it. The dogs won't go into the basement at all anymore. Lily says she sees people standing in our yard at night, watching the house. I've started finding old coins from the early 1900s in random places, between sofa cushions, in the bathroom sink, places they absolutely weren't before. Our neighbors are experiencing escalating phenomena too. The Richardsons' teenage son recorded voices on his phone saying, "Help us," when he was alone in his room. The Chen family's security camera captured a figure walking through their living room at night, a figure wearing what looked like a hospital gown. I'm sitting in my car right now because I just drove home from work and saw someone standing in our upstairs window, a man in old-fashioned clothes, staring down at me. But Melissa texted me an hour ago saying she was taking Lily to soccer practice, so the house should be empty. I need to go inside. The sun is setting, and somehow the activity is always worse after dark. But my key is in my hand, and I can't make myself put it in the lock, because I know what's waiting for us in there. The forgotten patients of Pinewood Sanatorium want something from us, and I'm terrified to find out what it is. Story 9. I've never really shared this before. For the past 2 years, I've been trying to convince myself it was all just a coincidence, but deep down, I know better. I wish I could go back to that night and stop us from ever messing with things we didn't understand. It was summer break before my senior year at Ravenwood High. My parents had inherited this old countryside manor from my great-uncle about 30 minutes outside town. They were renovating it to sell, but it was just sitting empty most of the time. Perfect place for teenagers to hang out without adults breathing down our necks. That night it was me, Felix, Mia, Jake, and Ellie. We'd been friends since freshman year, though I was the new kid back then. We were all bored out of our minds that summer. You know how it is in small towns. Nothing to do except find ways to scare ourselves. It was Mia's idea to do the séance. She'd been watching these ghost hunting shows and thought it would be cool to try communicating with spirits. I remember laughing it off at first. I didn't believe in any of that stuff. Ghosts, demons, whatever. I was always the skeptical one. "Come on, Felix, don't be such a buzzkill," Mia had said. "It'll be fun." So we planned it for a Friday night. My parents were away for the weekend visiting my aunt in Portland, which meant we had the whole manor to ourselves. I told them we were just going to watch movies and hang out. We spent the afternoon getting everything ready. Mia had printed out instructions from some website. Jake brought white candles, like a ridiculous amount of them. Ellie made a makeshift Ouija board by writing letters on paper and arranging them in a circle on this ancient wooden table in the dining room. We used an upside-down whiskey glass as the planchette. Looking back, we were so stupid. We treated it like a game, like we were just playing around. We started around 11:45 that night. The manor was already creepy enough with its creaking floorboards and drafty hallways, but with just the candles lighting the room, it felt like we were in another century. For some reason, they chose me to be the medium. I didn't even want to do it, but they insisted since it was my house. We all sat around the table, fingers lightly touching the glass. The candlelight made weird shadows on everyone's faces. "We should set some ground rules," Ellie said. She was always the cautious one. "We need to make sure we close the session properly when we're done." Yeah, Jake replied, rolling his eyes. "Let's just get to the spooky stuff." I remember checking my phone. It was 11:58 when we officially began. Mia had found this script online for how to open a séance. "We call upon the spirits in this place," I said, feeling completely ridiculous. "If anyone is here with us, please make your presence known." Nothing happened for what felt like forever. We asked a few more questions, and I was about ready to call it quits when I felt something. The glass moved, just slightly, but enough that I looked up at everyone else. "Did you do that?" I asked Jake, who was sitting across from me. "No, man, I thought you did." We tried again. "Is someone here with us?" I asked. The glass moved more deliberately this time, sliding slowly toward yes. My heart rate doubled instantly. I was sure someone was pushing it, had to be, but everyone looked as shocked as I felt. "What's your name?" Mia asked. The glass moved again, spelling out Peter. "Peter," I said out loud. "Is your name Peter?" The glass slid back to yes. For the next couple hours, we asked Peter all sorts of questions. He claimed he'd lived in the house in the 1800s, that he'd died of tuberculosis, that he had a wife named Mary. The answers came easily, and at times, it almost felt like having a conversation. I was still skeptical, still thinking one of my friends was messing with us, but I couldn't catch anyone pushing the glass. Around 2 in the morning, something changed. The room had been cool all night. That old house never heated properly, but suddenly it felt like someone had opened a freezer door. The temperature dropped so fast I could see my breath. "Do you guys feel that?" Ellie whispered. Before anyone could answer, the candles flickered wildly, though there wasn't any draft I could feel. "Is Peter still here with us?" I asked, my voice sounding strange even to myself. The glass moved to no. My stomach tightened. Who's here with us now? The glass started moving so fast we could barely keep our fingers on it. It spelled out Satan. Jake started laughing nervously. Very funny, guys. But no one was laughing. We all looked at each other, and I could see the same thought in everyone's eyes. No one was pushing the glass. I tried to play it cool. "Oh, shut up," I said to whatever was moving the glass. "That's not funny." The glass went wild then, moving so fast we struggled to follow it. It spelled Bequietbush, my last name, Blackwood. But nobody knew we'd shortened it generations back. My great-grandfather had changed it from Blackwood Bush to just Blackwood. Only my family knew about the Bush part. It wasn't something I'd ever told my friends. I felt the blood drain from my face. "How do you know that name?" I whispered. The glass just circled the board, around and around. Mia looked terrified. "Maybe we should stop." "Just one more question," I said, feeling a strange compulsion to keep going. "I'm starting at a new school next week. How will my first day go?" It was a stupid, random question. I'd been anxious about transferring to the prep school across town for senior year, leaving all my friends behind. It just popped into my head. The glass spelled EveryWillHateYou. Ellie pulled her hands back. "I'm done. This isn't fun anymore." "We need to close it properly," Jake reminded us, looking genuinely scared for the first time. "Right," I said, trying to remember what Mia's instructions had said. "Spirit, we thank you for communicating with us. We're going to close this session now. You are not welcome to stay. You must go back to where you came from." The glass didn't move. "We're ending this session now," I repeated more firmly. "Goodbye." The glass suddenly jerked to, "No." "We're not asking," Mia said, her voice shaking. "We're telling you, this session is over." DEATH, the glass spelled out. "Stop it," I said, my heart pounding against my ribs. "We're done." DEATH, it spelled again. "What do you want?" Jake asked. YOUALL. "We're not playing anymore," I said, trying to sound authoritative despite my trembling voice. "This session is closed. NOTUNTILIMDONE. That's when the real fear set in. We tried everything, repeating the closing words, commanding it to leave, even begging. Nothing worked. The glass kept moving, spelling out threats and sometimes just random letters that made no sense. At one point, it spelled out Ellie's home address, then my mother's maiden name, then the name of Jake's childhood pet that had died years ago. Things we hadn't told each other, things it shouldn't have known. The worst part was, we couldn't just walk away. Every time one of us tried to remove their fingers from the glass, it would slide violently toward them. When Jake tried to stand up, his chair somehow slid back under him with enough force to knock the wind out of him. We were trapped there until nearly 4 in the morning. For over an hour, the glass just kept spelling DEATH over and over. Then suddenly, mid-movement, it stopped. Just stopped, like someone had cut the strings of a puppet. We sat frozen for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, afraid to move. Finally, Ellie whispered, "Is it gone?" I cautiously lifted my fingers from the glass. Nothing happened. We all removed our hands, and the glass sat motionless in the center of the table. "I think it's over," I said. We quickly packed everything up, blew out the candles, and turned on every light in the house. None of us wanted to go home alone, so we all crashed in the living room, keeping the lights on all night. Nobody slept much. The next morning, in daylight, we tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe we were all subconsciously pushing the glass. Maybe we were tired and imagining things. We made a pact not to talk about it again, like if we didn't acknowledge it, it would go away. For a while, life went back to normal. I started at my new school, and despite the prediction, things went fine. Not great, not terrible, just normal. I almost convinced myself it had all been some mass hysteria. Then things started happening, small things at first. I'd wake up feeling like someone was watching me. Objects would move around my room. Not dramatically, but enough that I noticed. My phone would ring with no caller ID, and when I answered, I'd hear nothing but static and what sounded like distant whispering. 2 months after the séance, Ellie was in a car accident. She was driving home from work when her car veered off the road and wrapped around a tree. The doctors said she was lucky to be alive, but her spine was broken in 3 places. She's in a wheelchair now, probably for life. A month after that, Mia's boyfriend, the father of her unborn baby, died suddenly from an aneurysm. No warning, no symptoms, just gone. Jake seemed fine until 6 months ago when he started having these episodes. He says he sees a dark figure standing in corners, watching him. His parents sent him to a psychiatric facility after he tried to hurt himself, claiming something was inside him. And me? Nothing dramatically bad has happened to me, which somehow makes it worse. It's like I'm being forced to watch what happens to everyone else. I keep having the same nightmare. I'm back at that table, but I'm alone, and the glass is moving by itself, spelling out my friends' names, one by one. Last week I went back to the manor. My parents finally sold it, and the new owners were moving in soon. I don't know what I was looking for. Closure, maybe? An explanation. I went into that dining room and just stood there, staring at the spot where we'd placed the table. That's when I noticed something carved into the wooden floor, partially hidden under where the rug had been. It was a symbol I didn't recognize. Some kind of pentagram with strange markings around it. It looked old, like it had been there for decades, maybe centuries. I realized with a chill that we had set up our séance directly over this symbol. I still don't know what we contacted that night. It wasn't Peter, that's for sure. Whatever it was, I think it's still out there, watching us, waiting. Sometimes I catch glimpses of a shadow in my peripheral vision, or hear whispers when I'm alone in my room. I don't know what to do. I've researched how to properly close a séance after the fact, but everything I read says the same thing. Once something is let through, it's nearly impossible to send it back. All I know is that we should never have played with things we didn't understand, and now it's too late. Story 10. I've never been the type of person who believes in the paranormal. Growing up in Elmwood, our town was just about as normal and boring as they come. Nice streets lined with maple trees, decent schools, and neighbors who'd wave from their porches. Nothing special or strange ever happened here until that night 5 years ago. I still get goosebumps thinking about it, and I've gone through every possible explanation in my head 1,000 times. For context, I lived with my mom Patricia, my younger brother Ethan, and sometimes my grandmother Eleonora would stay with us when her arthritis was acting up. Our house was this old 2-story place from the 1950s with this detached garage that my mum would hang out in sometimes to get away from the noise inside. She called it her thinking spot, just a fold-up chair next to her gardening supplies where she'd sit and scroll through Facebook or play those Match 3 games on her phone. Our routine was pretty set in stone. I worked at the grocery store in town and usually got off around 8:30 in the evening. The walk home took about 20 minutes, so I'd typically get to our house around 9. This had been my schedule for almost a year, and my mom knew it well. Since I didn't have a key, I kept losing them, so Mom eventually gave up giving me replacements. She would wait in the garage and let me in when I came home. She'd usually hear me coming up the driveway and hit the garage door button before I even had to ask. That night, it was a Tuesday in October. Everything seemed completely normal at first. The air had that crisp fall smell, and I remember thinking about how I needed to rake the leaves in our yard that weekend as I walked home. I was tired from my shift, and I just wanted to grab something to eat and crash. When I turned onto our street, I could see the soft glow coming from our garage. The little side door was cracked open like usual, with the light on inside. As I got closer to the house, I glanced through the small garage window and saw what I thought was my mum sitting in her usual spot. The light was dim, but I could clearly make out her silhouette. She was wearing what looked like her blue cardigan, the one she always wore in the evenings when it got chilly, and her head was down, looking at what I assumed was her phone. "Hey, Mom," I called out when I reached the driveway. "Can you open the garage door?" What happened next is what I still can't explain. The figure stood up slowly. Not in the normal way my mom would. She usually just popped up and pressed the garage door button right away. This was different. It was deliberate, almost mechanical. I remember feeling immediately uneasy, but I couldn't place why. The figure just stood there for a moment, facing me. "Mom," I said again, stepping closer. The figure turned and walked toward the door that connects the garage to the house. No wave, no acknowledgement, just turned and walked away. Then it opened the door, stepped inside, and closed it behind them. I stood there completely confused. Was she mad at me for something? Had I forgotten to do some chore or broken some rule? My mom had never just ignored me like that before. I tried the garage door, but it was locked, as was the side entrance. I walked around to the front door, locked too. I called my brother Ethan. "Hey, can you let me in? Mum's acting weird," I said when he picked up. "What do you mean?" he asked. "She just saw me in the driveway and went inside without opening the garage," I explained. "Whatever. I'll be down in a second," he said. Ethan let me in about a minute later, still holding his gaming controller. He had his headset around his neck and looked annoyed at being interrupted. "What's Mom's problem?" I asked as I stepped inside. Ethan gave me a weird look. "Mom's not home, dude." My stomach dropped. "What do you mean she's not home? I just saw her in the garage." "No, she went to Aunt Karen's after dinner. Said her car was making a funny noise and wanted Dad to look at it. She told me before she left. She's been gone since like 7. I felt cold all over. "That's impossible. I just saw her in the garage. She was sitting in her chair, and then she got up and walked into the house." Ethan shrugged. "I've been playing games online for the past 3 hours. Nobody's come in. Mom's definitely not here." I pushed past him and checked the kitchen, the living room, my mum's bedroom. Nothing. The house was empty except for me and Ethan. "I'm telling you, I saw someone in the garage," I insisted. My voice was shaking a little by this point. "Let's go look then," Ethan said, clearly thinking I was losing it. We went out to the garage together. The light was on, which was weird if no one had been there, but my mum's chair was empty. Nothing seemed disturbed or out of place. Ethan pointed out that I must have seen shadows from the neighbor's car or something, but I knew what I saw. It wasn't a shadow or a trick of the light. I had seen someone sitting there for a good 10 seconds or more. Someone who looked exactly like my mom, wearing her cardigan, who stood up when I called out to her. I called my mum's cell phone and she answered right away. She was indeed at my aunt's house, 10 miles away, and had been there for hours. She laughed when I told her what happened, saying I must be working too hard and seeing things. But I knew what I saw wasn't my imagination. That night, I barely slept. I kept thinking about the figure in the garage, how it had deliberately stood up, acknowledged my presence, and then just abandoned me outside. It wasn't like seeing a ghost or a shadow person that people talk about online. This was solid, real. Something that looked exactly like my mother but clearly wasn't. The next morning I was still shaken up, but life went on. Mom came home, Ethan went to school, and I had the day off, so I tried to push the whole thing out of my mind. I told myself maybe I was just overtired or stressed, but deep down I knew something wasn't right. About a week later, something else happened that made everything even more unsettling. My grandmother Eleonora was staying with us that weekend. She loved gardening, and even though it was October, she insisted on repotting some of her plants to bring indoors for winter. One of these was this ancient-looking aloe plant that had belonged to her mother, my great-grandmother. The thing was massive and had probably been repotted only a handful of times in the last 50 years. I was helping her in the backyard, mainly just handing her tools and new pots, when she started digging around the base of this aloe plant. Her hands froze suddenly, and she made this weird gasping sound. "What's wrong, Grandma?" I asked, leaning over to see what had startled her. There, buried in the soil at the bottom of the pot, was a glass jar. It wasn't very big, maybe the size of a baby food container, but it was old-looking with a rusty metal lid. It was wrapped in what looked like yellowed papers with handwriting on them, but the writing was faded and in some language I couldn't recognize. The papers were secured with what looked like red thread or thin twine wound tightly around the jar. My grandmother's face went completely pale. She crossed herself, something I'd never seen her do before, and backed away from the pot. "Don't touch it," she said sharply when I reached for the jar. "Don't even look at it too long, Marcus." "What is it?" I asked, pulling my hand back. "Brujeria," she whispered, then seemed to catch herself. "Witchcraft. Black magic." I almost laughed, thinking she was joking, but the look on her face stopped me cold. She was dead serious, and she looked terrified. "Grandma, it's just some old jar," I said, trying to sound reasonable. "No, it's not. I know what this is. My mother warned me about these things." She grabbed a garden trowel and carefully, without touching the jar directly, moved it onto a piece of newspaper. I could see there was some kind of liquid inside, and something solid floating in it. "What's in it?" I asked, both freaked out and curious. "Don't ask questions you don't want answers to," she said firmly. She wrapped the jar in the newspaper and immediately called her sister, my great-aunt Lucia. I couldn't hear the full conversation, but I caught phrases like witch bottle and hex container and protection spell gone wrong. When she hung up, she wouldn't tell me anything more, just that she and Aunt Lucia were going to take care of it, and that I shouldn't mention it to my mom or Ethan. Later that night, I overheard my grandmother and Aunt Lucia, who had driven over immediately after the phone call, talking in hushed voices in the kitchen. They didn't know I was listening from the hallway. "It's a hex for sure," Aunt Lucia was saying. "The writing is old Spanish mixed with something else, probably from when Mama's family first moved here." "But why bury it in Mama's plant?" my grandmother asked. "To hide it, obviously, or to feed it. These things, they can attach to bloodlines, Eleanor. They don't just go away." "Do you think it's connected to what the boy saw?" my grandmother asked, and my blood ran cold. She'd told Aunt Lucia about my experience seeing my mom in the garage. "A doppelganger is never a good sign," Aunt Lucia said gravely. "In the old country, they say seeing your own double or the double of someone you love means death is coming. But this might be different. The jar might be controlling it somehow, creating it. What do we do with it? We need to destroy it properly, not just throw it away or break it. That could make things worse, much worse." I didn't hear the rest because they lowered their voices even more. But the next morning, both my grandmother and Aunt Lucia were gone before dawn. When Grandma came back later that day, she looked exhausted but somehow relieved. She never told me what they did with the jar, and when I tried to ask, she just said, "It's been taken care of. Some things are better left in the past, Marcus." That should have been the end of it. The jar was gone, and nothing else weird happened for weeks. But then, exactly 1 month later, I saw it again. I was coming home from work, same routine, same time, around 9 in the evening. As I approached our house, I glanced at the garage out of habit. The light wasn't on this time, but through the window I could see a figure sitting in the darkness. Even without the light, I knew it was the same figure I'd seen before, same posture, same sense of wrongness. I stopped dead in my tracks at the end of our driveway. I didn't call out this time. I didn't move. I just watched. After about 30 seconds, the figure slowly raised its head and seemed to look directly at me, even though I could barely make out its features in the darkness. Then it stood up, that same deliberate mechanical movement, and walked towards the house door. But this time, before it went inside, it turned back to look at me one more time. I swear I saw it smile. I ran all the way to my friend Jake's house 3 blocks away and called my mum from there. She came to pick me up, completely confused about why I was so terrified. When we got home, she checked the garage thoroughly. Nothing was out of place. My mum's chair was exactly where it always was. No signs of any intruder, but I knew what I saw. Since then, I've moved out of my parents' house. I'm in college now, about 50 miles from Elmwood, but I still think about that figure. That thing that looked like my mom but clearly wasn't, and I think about that jar my grandmother found with its strange papers and mysterious contents. My grandma passed away last year, taking whatever knowledge she had about the jar to her grave. Aunt Lucia refuses to speak about it, saying only that some doors shouldn't be reopened. My mum thinks I just had some kind of stress-induced hallucination. My brother Ethan jokes that I saw a ghost, but I know it wasn't a ghost. Ghosts aren't solid. They don't deliberately ignore you and lock you out of your house, and they don't smile at you from dark garages. Sometimes I wonder if the hex from that jar is still affecting my family somehow, if the entity I saw was some manifestation of witchcraft practiced on my family's land generations ago. I've done some research on doppelgangers and witch bottles since then, but nothing I've found fully explains what I experienced. All I know is that I'm still careful about looking through windows at night, especially when I visit my parents' house. And I never, ever go into that garage alone. The strangest part. Last time I was home for Christmas, I noticed my mum has stopped sitting in the garage in the evenings. When I asked her why, she just shrugged and said, "I don't know. It just doesn't feel right anymore, like someone's watching me out there." I didn't tell her that someone, or something, probably is. Story 11. I've never been the type who believes in ghosts or anything supernatural. I'm pretty rational, work a boring office job, watch football on weekends, all that normal stuff. But what happened in our apartment in Willowbrook last year still makes my skin crawl whenever I think about it. I've tried to explain it away countless times, but I can't. I'm writing this down to see if anyone else has experienced something similar, because I'm genuinely at a loss. My girlfriend Clara and I moved in with my grandmother Evelyn about 2 years ago. It was supposed to be temporary, just 6 months while we saved up for our own place. Gran's health was still pretty good back then, and she insisted she loved having us there. The apartment wasn't huge, but it had 3 bedrooms, so we each had our own space. It all started about 8 months after we moved in. Clara mentioned hearing strange sounds at night. Like music, she said one morning over breakfast, really faint, like tiny bells. I didn't think much of it. Our building had thin walls. "Probably just the neighbors watching TV late," I told her. She nodded but didn't seem convinced. For 2 weeks, Clara would occasionally mention hearing the sounds. I never caught them myself, so I admit I started to think she was just being jumpy in a new place. Until one night in October, when I heard it too. It was around 11 at night. Clara was already asleep, and I was up reading some work emails on my phone. That's when I heard it, the soft, delicate notes of a melody. It lasted maybe 10 seconds, then stopped. The sound was coming from the living room. I got up immediately, thinking maybe Gran had left the TV on, but when I checked, the living room was empty and dark. Everything was turned off. I stood there for a few minutes, waiting to hear it again, but there was nothing. The silence felt heavy. The next morning, I asked Clara if she'd heard it. "That's what I've been telling you," she said, looking relieved that I'd finally experienced it too. When it happened again the next night, both of us were in bed. The melody played for about 15 seconds, but this time it sounded like it was coming from the kitchen. Clara gripped my arm so tight it left marks. "It's moving around," she whispered. I tried to act brave, but something about that music was deeply unsettling. It was familiar in a way I couldn't immediately place, like something from a dream or a distant memory. It took me 3 more nights of hearing it to realize why I recognized it. When I was a kid, maybe 6 or 7, I had this toy, a little music box with a ballerina that would spin while tiny bells played a melody. My dad gave it to me before he left. I remember being fascinated by it, watching the ballerina turn round and round to that tinkling tune. The melody in our apartment was exactly the same. When I told Clara about this, she went pale. "Why would we be hearing your childhood music box?" she asked. I had no answer. By this point, the music was playing almost every night, always around 11, always for about 10 to 15 seconds. We could never pinpoint where it was coming from because it seemed to move. One night from the bathroom, the next from the hallway, sometimes from Gran's room when she was fast asleep. We tried setting up Clara's phone to record at night, but the melody never showed up on the recordings. We checked all the electronics in the house, thinking maybe an old device was malfunctioning, but found nothing that could make that sound. Around the same time, Gran's health took a sudden turn. She'd been fine, active, lucid, independent, but suddenly she started getting confused, forgetting things, and having trouble walking. The doctor said it was just age catching up with her, but the timing felt significant somehow. One night in November, we were sitting with Gran watching a game show. She'd been having a good day, alert and chatty. When we heard the melody start up, it felt like it was coming from right above our heads. Gran looked up confused. "Do you hear that?" I asked her, hardly believing she might finally confirm what Clara and I had been experiencing. Gran nodded slowly. "That's strange," she said. "Sounds like your old music box, Tommy." My blood ran cold. I'd never told Gran about recognizing the melody. She couldn't have known. "What do you mean?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "The one your father gave you," she said, still looking up at the ceiling. "Before he left. I had to throw it out after you went to college. It kept playing on its own at night." Clara and I exchanged glances. My hands were shaking so bad I had to sit on them. "You threw out my music box?" It was such a stupid detail to focus on, but I was trying to process what she'd just said. "It was broken, Tommy. Kept playing that tune at all hours. I thought it was the batteries, but it didn't even have any." Gran looked confused for a moment, like she wasn't sure why we were even talking about this. "Can we turn up the TV? I can't hear Alex Trebek." We didn't bring it up again that night. Later, when Gran was asleep, Clara and I sat in the kitchen, speaking in whispers. "She never told me she threw it away," I said. "I always thought I'd lost it in one of our moves." "What did she mean it kept playing on its own?" Clara asked. I shook my head. "I don't know. Maybe the spring was wound too tight or something. And now we're hearing it again." Clara wasn't asking a question. She was stating a fact that neither of us wanted to acknowledge. The next day, I called my mum, who lives in Florida now. I tried to sound casual as I asked if she remembered my old music box. "Oh, that creepy thing," she said. "Your grandmother hated it." "Why?" "She said it would play in the middle of the night sometimes. I never heard it myself, but she was convinced. She probably threw it out after you left for college." I felt a chill run through me. "Did Dad ever say where he got it?" There was a pause on the line. "He said he found it at some yard sale. It looked antique. Why are you asking about this now?" I made up some excuse about Clara and I talking about childhood toys. I didn't tell her what was happening in our apartment. That same week, we started hearing things from our neighbors. Mrs. Patel from across the hall mentioned at the mailboxes that her TV had been turning on by itself. The couple downstairs complained that their doors would lock on their own, sometimes trapping their cat in rooms. And the new guy on the first floor said his dog refused to enter the building's stairwell, standing at the door and growling at nothing. I tried to convince myself these were normal apartment building issues. Old wiring, faulty locks, pets being weird, but deep down I knew there was a connection. It all started around the same time we began hearing the music. Gran's health continued to decline. She started sleeping more, eating less. The doctor suggested home hospice care might be necessary soon. Clara and I took turns staying with her, making sure she took her medication and helping her to the bathroom. One night in early December, it was my turn to sleep in the chair next to Gran's bed. I dozed off around 10, only to be woken at exactly 11 by the melody. It was louder than ever before, and it seemed to be coming from directly beneath Gran's bed. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Gran was asleep, her breathing shallow but steady. The music played for a full minute this time, longer than ever before. I was frozen in place, too terrified to look under the bed, too paralyzed to leave the room. When it finally stopped, I sat there in the dark for what felt like hours, listening to Gran breathe. The next morning, I finally worked up the courage to look under her bed. There was nothing there but dust and an old slipper. I don't know what I expected to find. The actual music box, maybe? Some explanation? That day, while Gran was napping and Clara was at work, I did something I'd been putting off. I started going through Gran's things. I told myself I was helping her organize, but really, I was looking for answers. In her closet, I found boxes of old photos, bills, letters, nothing unusual. Then I found a small wooden box at the back of her lowest drawer. Inside was a folded piece of paper, a receipt from a pawn shop dated 30 years ago. The item listed was Antique Music Box with Dancer. The seller's name was smudged, but it definitely wasn't my father's name. I sat on Gran's floor trying to make sense of it. Why would Gran have a receipt for something my father supposedly gave me? Why would she lie about it? That night I confronted her as gently as I could. She was having one of her more lucid evenings, sipping tea and watching the news. Gran, I found this receipt, I said, showing her the paper. It says you bought my music box, not Dad. She looked at it for a long time, then sighed. Your father was gone by then, Tommy. You were so sad all the time. I thought it might cheer you up to have a present from him. So you lied to me. I didn't think it would matter. It was just a toy. She paused, her eyes growing distant, although I always regretted buying that specific one. Why? The man at the pawn shop warned me, said the previous owner claimed it was haunted, I suppose, that it played on its own. I thought he was just trying to make it sound special to justify the price. She looked at me with suddenly clear eyes. But then it started happening, always at night. Always that same tune. I felt my mouth go dry. And you gave it to me anyway. It stopped after I gave it to you. I figured it was just an old spring unwinding or something mechanical. She reached for my hand. You loved that toy so much, Tommy. You said it helped you sleep. That night, Clara and I lay awake, waiting. When 11 o'clock came and went with no music, we almost relaxed. Then, at 11:15, it started. But it was different. Instead of the usual delicate notes, the melody played slower, more distorted, like the mechanism was winding down. And it was coming from everywhere at once, filling the entire apartment. Clara clutched my arm. What's happening? She whispered. Before I could answer, we heard a loud thump from Gran's room. We rushed in to find her on the floor beside her bed. She must have tried to get up and fallen. We helped her back into bed, but she was disoriented, her eyes unfocused. The music, she kept saying. It's calling me. We called an ambulance. As the paramedics were loading her onto the stretcher, the melody started again, loud enough that one of them looked around and asked, "What's that sound?" Clara and I exchanged glances. They could hear it too. Gran died in the hospital 3 days later. Heart failure, they said. Nothing unusual for a woman her age. After the funeral, Clara and I returned to the apartment to pack up Gran's things. We'd decided to move out. Too many memories, we told everyone. But we both knew the real reason. We couldn't stay in a place where that melody might start playing again. As I was emptying Gran's bedside table, I found her diary. I hadn't even known she kept one. Most of the entries were mundane, notes about the weather, TV shows she'd watched, phone calls with friends. But one entry from 30 years ago caught my eye. Bought Tommy a music box today from Willard's Pawn. The man tried to talk me out of it, said the previous owner claimed it played by itself, that it belonged to her daughter who died. Such nonsense. It's a lovely antique, and Tommy will treasure it as a gift from his father. I've done research since then, tried to track down the pawn shop. It closed 20 years ago. The previous owner, no records, anything about music boxes that play on their own. I found plenty of ghost stories and paranormal theories, but nothing that explains what happened. Clara and I live in a different apartment now, in a different part of town. We never hear the melody anymore. But sometimes, when it's quiet and I'm almost asleep, I think I catch the faintest hint of those notes, just at the edge of hearing. A ghostly echo of a tune I once found comforting. I still don't know what was happening in that apartment. Was it my grandmother's guilt about lying to me, manifesting somehow? Was there something truly supernatural about that music box? Or was it all just coincidence and old memories playing tricks? All I know is that the melody stopped when Gran died. And sometimes I wonder if it's found someone new to follow. Story 12. I never believed in the supernatural. Not really. I was always the skeptical one in our group. The guy who'd roll his eyes whenever Michael started talking about ghosts or demons or whatever paranormal documentary he'd watched the night before. That all changed one night in Oak Ridge during my junior year of college. It's been almost 5 years now, but I still get chills thinking about it. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night sweating, convinced I can feel something watching me from the corner of the room. It started innocently enough. It was mid-October, getting close to Halloween, and the four of us, me, Jason, Michael, Amber and Rachel, were hanging out at Michael's apartment off campus. We'd had a few beers, nothing crazy, just enough to feel relaxed. The conversation somehow turned to supernatural stuff, and Michael mentioned he'd bought an Ouija board a few weeks back, but hadn't tried it yet. "We should totally use it tonight," Rachel said, her eyes lighting up. She was always down for anything exciting. Amber nodded enthusiastically. I immediately shook my head. "No way! Those things are bad news." "Come on, Jason, don't tell me you actually believe in that stuff," Michael teased, knowing full well I was the resident skeptic. "I don't," I insisted. "But my cousin used one at a sleepover when he was 15, and he swears weird shit happened afterward. Objects moving on their own, scratching noises at night. His whole friend group fell apart because of it." "That's just your cousin being dramatic," Rachel said, waving her hand dismissively. "It's just a board game. Parker Brothers makes them, for God's sake." I hesitated. Part of me, the rational part, knew she was right. But another part remembered the look on my cousin's face when he told me that story. He wasn't making it up. "I don't know." "Look, if we do it right, there's nothing to worry about," Michael said. "I researched it. You just have to make sure you say goodbye properly at the end. Close the session." I gave in eventually, partly because I didn't want to seem scared, and partly because my curiosity was getting the better of me. What if something actually happened? Wouldn't that be fascinating in its own terrifying way? Michael dimmed the lights and put on some soft music. Not creepy stuff, just low ambient sounds to help us concentrate. He cleared off his wooden coffee table and set up white candles around it. The candles were just regular ones from the dollar store, nothing fancy or ritualistic, but they cast these weird, elongated shadows across the walls of the apartment. I remember thinking even then that the atmosphere felt different, charged somehow. Michael placed the board in the center of the table. It wasn't anything special, just the standard Hasbro version with the sun and moon in the corners and Ouija written in that distinctive font across the top. He put the heart-shaped planchette in the middle. Okay, he said, scrolling through his phone. I found a tutorial online about how to do this properly. We all need to sit around the table and put our fingertips lightly on the planchette. We arranged ourselves around the table. I was between Amber and Michael, with Rachel across from me. The candles flickered as we settled in, creating this strange, dancing light that made everyone's faces look different, hollowed out and unfamiliar. We're supposed to move it in circles to warm it up, Michael continued, reading from his phone, then setting it aside. We did that for about a minute, just moving the little plastic piece around in slow circles. I remember the weird static sensation I felt, like the air around us had thickened. Now we ask if there's a spirit present, Michael said. Rachel leaned forward. Is anyone here with us? Nothing happened at first. We all watched the planchette, our fingertips barely touching it. I was about to say something sarcastic when it suddenly moved. Just a small shift toward the word yes in the corner of the board. Who moved that? I demanded, looking at each of them. Not me, Michael said. The girls shook their heads. Someone had to move it, I insisted. Rachel rolled her eyes. Just go with it, Jason. Ask it something else. I took a deep breath. Okay, if someone's really here, what's your name? The planchette started moving again, more deliberately this time. It went to G, then A-R-T-H. Garth? Amber said, her voice quieter than before. Is your name Garth? The planchette moved to yes. How did you die, Garth? Rachel asked. It spelled out F-I-R-E-C-A-R. You died in a car fire, Michael clarified. Yes. When did you die? I asked, still convinced one of them was moving it. The planchette moved to spell out 1987. We asked more questions. Where Garth had lived, right here in Oak Ridge. How old he was when he died, 23. Whether he was at peace, no. It went on like this for maybe 30 minutes. I was starting to get bored and was about to suggest we wrap it up when we heard a thump from Michael's bedroom. It sounded like something had fallen. We all looked at each other. What was that? Amber whispered. Probably just my textbooks falling off the bed, Michael said. But he didn't sound convinced. Should we check it out? Rachel asked. No, I said quickly. Let's just finish up here first. We heard another noise, this time more like a scraping sound, like furniture being moved across the floor. Okay, I think we should end this, I said firmly. This was fun, but I've got an early class tomorrow. Everyone nodded in agreement. All right, Garth, Michael said to the board. Thank you for talking with us, but we need to say goodbye now. The planchette suddenly moved to no with such force that I felt it pull against my fingers. Rachel laughed nervously. We really do need to end the session. The planchette moved to no again, even faster this time. This isn't funny, Amber said, looking at Michael and me. Which one of you is doing this? It's not me, Michael said. I'm barely touching it, I added. The temperature in the room seemed to drop. I'm not exaggerating when I say I could see my breath forming in little clouds. In October, in a heated apartment. Then the planchette started moving in aggressive circular motions, faster and faster, nearly flying off the edge of the board before jerking back to the center. What's happening? Rachel's voice was high and tight. I don't know, Michael said. I think we need to force it to goodbye. The planchette kept moving, circling wildly, occasionally darting to letters to spell fragments that made no sense. ZOLXVMB. Rachel started crying. I want to stop. I don't want to do this anymore. Just take your fingers off, I told her. Rachel and Amber immediately lifted their hands from the planchette, but Michael and I found we couldn't move our fingers. It felt like they were glued to the plastic. I can't let go, Michael said, his voice cracking with panic. Me neither, I confirmed, trying to pull my hand away. It was like the planchette was magnetized to my fingertips. That's when the candles all flickered simultaneously and then burned brighter, the flames stretching unnaturally tall. The music that had been playing softly in the background went silent, though nobody had touched the speaker. Michael and I looked at each other, genuine fear in both our eyes. We knew then that whatever was happening wasn't a joke or a prank. Something was very wrong. "We need to get it to goodbye," Michael said, his voice shaking. I nodded and pressed my entire palm against the planchette, using as much force as I could to push it toward the bottom of the board where "goodbye" was printed. It was like pushing against a strong current. The planchette seemed to resist, pulling back toward the center of the board. Michael did the same, putting his whole hand on it. Together, we managed to force it, inch by inch, toward "goodbye." The board itself felt like it was vibrating, trying to pull away from us. When we finally got the planchette to "goodbye," there was a sudden release, like air rushing out of the room. The candles all went out at once, plunging us into darkness except for the dim light coming from the kitchen. For a moment, nobody spoke. We just sat there in the semi-darkness, breathing hard like we'd run a marathon. Amber broke the silence. What the hell just happened? Nobody had an answer. Michael turned on the lights, and we all looked at each other. Rachel's makeup was streaked from crying, and Amber's hands were visibly shaking. Michael looked pale and sweaty, and I imagined I looked just as bad. We packed up the board quickly, barely speaking. Michael put it back in its box and shoved it deep in his closet. We agreed never to use it again. Before leaving, we checked his bedroom for the source of the noises we'd heard. Nothing seemed out of place, but the room felt wrong somehow, colder than the rest of the apartment, and with this strange, heavy feeling, like the air was pressing down on us. We all went our separate ways that night, trying to convince ourselves that we'd just freaked ourselves out, that there was a logical explanation for everything that had happened. But deep down, I think we all knew something had gone seriously wrong. In the days that followed, things seemed normal. We didn't talk much about what happened. It was like we had an unspoken agreement to pretend it never occurred. But then strange things started happening. Amber called me about a week later, scared because she kept waking up at exactly 3:17 every morning, feeling like someone was in her room watching her. Rachel complained about hearing scratching noises in her walls and finding her belongings moved from where she'd left them. Michael and I experienced things too. I'd wake up with unexplained scratches on my back or arms. Michael said he kept seeing a figure standing in the corner of his room when he woke up at night, just for a split second before it vanished. We tried to rationalize everything: stress from midterms, suggestion from that weird night making us notice normal things more. But the incidents kept happening, getting more frequent and more intense. The worst came later. About 6 months after our Ouija session, Rachel was driving home late from a party when she lost control of her car and crashed into a tree. The doctor said she was lucky to be alive, but her spine was broken in 3 places. She's in a wheelchair now, with only limited movement in her legs after years of physical therapy. A year after that, Amber's boyfriend, the father of her baby daughter, died suddenly from an undiagnosed heart condition. He was only 24 and had no history of health problems. As for Michael and me, we've had our share of bad luck too. Nothing as tragic, but enough to make me wonder. Michael developed severe insomnia that eventually forced him to drop out of college. I've had recurring nightmares about fire and car accidents so vivid that I wake up screaming, smelling smoke that isn't there. I can't help thinking it's all connected to that night. To Garth, whoever or whatever that was. To our failure to properly close whatever door we opened. I've researched Ouija boards extensively since then. Some sources say that entities can lie about who they are, pretending to be harmless to gain your trust. Others warn that improperly ended sessions can leave portals open, allowing things to come through and attach themselves to participants. I don't know what to believe anymore. All I know is that something changed that night in Michael's apartment in Oak Ridge. Something followed us out of that room, and I don't think it's ever really left. Last month, I ran into Michael for the first time in almost a year. We got coffee and caught up. He looks older now, haggard from lack of sleep. When we were saying goodbye, he grabbed my arm suddenly and leaned in close. "Do you ever see him?" he whispered. "Standing at the foot of your bed, watching." I didn't answer. I didn't need to. The look we exchanged said everything. I still consider myself a rational person. I try to find logical explanations for the things that have happened, but some nights, when I wake up at 3:17 in the morning with that feeling of being watched, with the smell of smoke in my nostrils and the sound of scratching at my walls, I know there's no logical explanation. We opened something that night that we couldn't close, and I don't think it's ever going to leave us alone. Story 13. I've always been the rational one in my group of friends. Science, facts, logic, that was my religion. I didn't believe in ghosts, spirits, or anything supernatural. I was that annoying guy who always had a logical explanation for everything. Well, that was until last summer in Cedarville, when everything I thought I knew about reality got turned upside down. I guess I should start by saying I grew up in Cedarville my whole life. It's one of those tiny rural communities where everyone knows everyone else's business. Seriously, you can't buy hemorrhoid cream without the whole town finding out by sundown. The kind of place where local legends get passed around like trading cards, and the one that always fascinated everyone was the old Bennett house on Willow Lane. John Bennett had been my friend since elementary school. We weren't super close until high school, but we always got along. The Bennett family had this old property about a mile from where they currently lived. John's parents had moved out of it when he was around 6 years old after a fire-damaged part of the East Wing. The place wasn't completely destroyed, just deemed unlivable because of smoke damage, electrical issues, and some structural problems. What made the house infamous were the stories. Everyone in Cedarville had heard something about that place. Weird lights, strange noises, figures in the windows. Most people dismissed it as typical small-town gossip, but John always seemed genuinely uncomfortable whenever someone brought it up. This only made me more curious. It was a Friday in mid-July. One of those sweltering summer days when the air feels like a wet blanket. Jim, another friend from school, and I were hanging out at the local diner, complaining about the heat and the fact that there was absolutely nothing to do in Cedarville. "We should check out the Bennett house," Jim suggested out of nowhere, slurping the last of his milkshake. "John would never agree to that," I replied, though I'd be lying if I said I wasn't interested. "Ask him," Jim pushed. "His family still owns it, right? They must have keys." I texted John, not expecting much. To my surprise, he responded almost immediately. "No way. Bad idea." That only fueled our curiosity more. We badgered him for the rest of the day, and eventually he agreed to meet us at the diner. When he arrived, his face was pale, and he looked genuinely stressed. "You guys don't understand," he said, fidgeting with a napkin. "That place isn't right." "Come on, man," I laughed. "You don't actually believe those ghost stories, do you?" John stared at me with this dead serious expression. "I've seen things there, Lucas. My whole family has. It's why we left." "Like what?" Jim asked, leaning forward. John hesitated, then sighed. "A Civil War soldier in the hallway. These weird energy balls or orbs floating in the living room. Children laughing when no one's there." He shook his head. "My parents' bedroom was the worst. My mom would wake up feeling like someone was sitting on her chest." I rolled my eyes. "Classic sleep paralysis. And the rest is just your imagination playing tricks on you. You were what, 6 when you moved out? Kids that age believe all sorts of things." "I was there last year," John said quietly. That caught me off guard. "What? Why?" "Dad needed to check on something with the property. I waited in the car at first, but eventually went in to find him when he took too long. I heard music, and saw something in my parents' old room. I exchanged glances with Jim. This was getting interesting. "Show us," Jim said. "No fucking way," John replied. "We'll go in broad daylight," I insisted. "Three of us. What's the worst that could happen? If nothing happens, I'll buy pizza for a week. If we see something weird, I'll admit I was wrong about the supernatural." After a lot of convincing, John finally agreed, but only for the following afternoon. He made us promise we'd leave immediately if anything felt off. The next day was even hotter than the previous one. We met at the end of Willow Lane, around 2 in the afternoon. The Bennett house sat about 100 yards from the road, partially hidden by overgrown oak trees. It was a 2-story Victorian-style home with peeling white paint and boarded-up windows on one side. There was nothing particularly ominous about it in daylight, just an old, neglected house. As we walked up the gravel driveway, I felt a strange tension in the air. Not supernatural tension, just the anxiety of entering someplace forbidden. The east wing showed clear fire damage, with blackened wood visible around some of the windows. "My dad keeps meaning to tear it down," John said, his voice tight as he fumbled with a set of keys. "But contractors keep backing out after they come to assess it." Probably just too much work for what it's worth, I reasoned, though a small part of me wondered if there might be another explanation. The front door creaked open, and immediately I noticed something odd. Despite being abandoned for years, there wasn't the musty smell I expected. The air that hit us was cool, unnaturally cool compared to the July heat outside, and strangely clean. "Where's all the dust?" Jim asked, voicing my thoughts. The entryway was completely dust-free. No cobwebs, no dirt tracked in, no debris. It looked almost maintained. "Maybe your dad sends someone to clean it," I suggested to John. He shook his head. "No one comes here. Dad only checks the exterior once a year to make sure the structure is still sound." We moved further inside. The house was eerily quiet. No creaking floorboards, no settling noises that you'd expect from an old building. It was like the house was holding its breath. "This is the living room," John said, gesturing to a large space with sheet-covered furniture. "This is where my mom used to see the orbs." I was about to make another skeptical comment when I heard it. A faint sound, almost imperceptible at first, then gradually becoming clearer. "Do you guys hear that?" I asked. "The music," John replied, his face draining of color. We all stood perfectly still, listening. There was definitely music playing somewhere in the house, but it was the strangest thing. It seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. "It's AC/DC, I said, recognizing the guitar riff of Back in Black. John looked at me like I was insane. "What are you talking about? It's clearly a piano, Beethoven or something." "You're both crazy," Jim cut in. "That's definitely a rap song. I can hear the beat." We stared at each other, confused. How could we all be hearing completely different music? I felt the first real chill of unease run down my spine. "Maybe it's coming from outside," I suggested, though I knew it wasn't. The music had a quality that seemed to exist inside my own head, rather than from any external source. We continued through the house, passing through a dining room with an elaborate chandelier still hanging from the ceiling, completely intact and gleaming as if recently polished. The kitchen was immaculate. Old appliances from the early 90s stood in perfect condition. "Let's check upstairs," John whispered, though I'm not sure why he felt the need to lower his voice. "The bedrooms are where most of the appearances happened." The staircase didn't creak as we climbed, another detail that felt wrong for a house this old. The upstairs hallway was long and narrow with 4 doors leading off it. The music was louder here, and now I could swear I heard voices mixed in with it, indistinct murmurs and occasional laughter. "My room was here," John said, pushing open the first door. The room was empty except for a bed frame and dresser. Nothing unusual, nothing frightening, just abandoned furniture. My sister's room was next, he continued, showing us another empty bedroom. The third room had been a study, with built-in bookshelves lining the walls. A few old books remained, their spines faded with age. Still nothing that couldn't be explained logically, though the lack of dust and decay continued to bother me. And this, John said, stopping at the final door, was my parents' room. He placed his hand on the doorknob but didn't turn it. "What's wrong?" I asked. "It always feels sealed, like there's something heavy pressing against it from the inside, or like there's a vacuum creating pressure." I laughed nervously. "Let me try." I placed my hand on the knob and immediately understood what he meant. The door felt wrong. It wasn't just stuck or jammed. It felt like something was actively resisting, like pushing against a magnetic field. I pushed harder, and the door began to give way slowly, as if moving through molasses. When it finally swung open, we were hit with a blast of air, not cool and clean like the rest of the house, but stale and rotten. It carried a smell that made my stomach turn, the unmistakable scent of decay. The bedroom was large, with a four-poster bed still made up with faded linens. Unlike the rest of the house, this room showed signs of abandonment, water stains on the ceiling, peeling wallpaper, and a large dark patch on the far wall that might have been mold. The music had stopped. The silence that replaced it was absolute, pressing against my eardrums like physical pressure. "We should go," Jim whispered, and for once, I completely agreed with him. We backed out of the room and I pulled the door shut. The moment it clicked closed, the entire house seemed to exhale. The air pressure changed, making my ears pop painfully. "Now," John said, his voice shaking. "We're leaving now." We practically ran down the stairs and out the front door, not stopping until we reached the driveway. The summer heat hit us like a wall after the unnatural coolness of the house. "That was..." I began, not sure how to finish the sentence. "I told you," John said, walking briskly toward the street. We were about halfway down Willow Lane when Jim suddenly stopped. "Guys," he said, his voice barely audible, "look back at the house." I turned around, and that's when I saw it. In the upstairs window, John's parents' bedroom window, stood a figure. Not some vague shadow or trick of the light, but a clearly defined human shape. It was massive, easily over 6 feet tall, with a solid, almost fridge-like build. Though somewhat transparent, I could make out the outline of broad shoulders and what looked like a uniform of some kind. It was staring directly at us. Even from that distance, I could feel its gaze locked onto mine. It didn't move, didn't wave, just stood there watching us with an intensity that made my blood run cold. "Run," John whispered. And we did. We ran all the way to John's current house, not stopping until we were safely inside with the door locked behind us. We collapsed in his living room, gasping for breath. "What the hell was that?" I demanded once I could speak again. "I don't know exactly," John replied. "Dad thinks it might be connected to the land. There was a Civil War skirmish near here. Not a major battle, just a small confrontation, but people died." "But it was so solid," Jim said. "I expected something more, I don't know, wispy or ghost-like. That thing looked like it could walk right off the property and follow us." The thought sent another chill through me. "It never leaves the house," John assured us, though I wasn't sure how he could know that. "Whatever it is, it's bound to that place. It's why the house has stayed empty all these years. Dad's tried to sell the property multiple times, but every potential buyer backs out after viewing it." I sat in silence, trying to process what I'd seen. My entire worldview had just been shattered. There was no rational explanation for what happened in that house. The pristine condition, the different music each of us heard, and especially that figure in the window. "I need to go home," I finally said, standing up on shaky legs. "Lucas," John called as I reached the door. "Don't go back there, ever. Promise me." I nodded, but didn't trust myself to speak. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that figure staring at me through the window. I kept trying to convince myself there was a logical explanation, a squatter living in the house, some kind of mass hallucination, anything but accepting that I'd seen an actual ghost. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen. Something not of this world was guarding that house, keeping it in a strange limbo state, not fully abandoned, not fully inhabited. The memory of its presence still makes my skin crawl. It's been almost a year now, and I haven't gone back to the Bennett house. John's family finally managed to sell the property to some development company from out of town a few months ago. Construction crews arrived to demolish it, but left after just 2 days. The official reason was structural concerns, but rumors around Cedarville tell a different story. The house still stands, empty and watching. I've become the person I used to laugh at, someone who believes in things that can't be explained. Sometimes I drive down Willow Lane, not close enough to see the house clearly, but just near enough to feel that same unnatural stillness in the air. And sometimes, just sometimes, I swear I can hear faint music playing, a different song each time. Story 14. I've kept this story to myself for over 15 years, except for one conversation that changed everything. Even typing this makes my hands shake a little. I've spent countless hours researching what might explain what happened that night, but I've found nothing that makes sense, nothing that helps me sleep better. Growing up in Pine Grove was tough. Our little mountain community barely showed up on maps, and most families there, including mine, struggled to get by. My dad worked at the lumber mill when there was work, and my mum cleaned houses in the wealthier towns down the mountain. We lived in this old 2-story house that felt like it was made of paper during winter. The wind just cut right through the walls. Winter in Pine Grove was brutal. The temperature would drop well below freezing, and snow would pile up so high it reached our windows sometimes. Our house had this ancient furnace that constantly broke down, and the only reliable heat came from the fireplace in our living room. That's why during the coldest nights, my parents would let me, my younger brother Ethan, and my sister Lily sleep in the living room. We'd drag our mattresses down and make a sort of nest near the fireplace. It was the only way to stay warm without running up electric bills we couldn't afford. The night it happened, I was 12. Ethan was 9 and Lily was 14. It was mid-January, one of those nights where the wind howled so loud it sounded like something was trying to get in. I remember our parents had gone to bed around 11, leaving the TV on with the volume low because it helped Ethan fall asleep. I was closest to the stairs, then Ethan in the middle, and Lily was nearest to the fireplace. I've always been a light sleeper. The smallest noise or change in light would wake me up. That night I woke up suddenly around 3 in the morning. Not gradually, but with that instant alertness that comes when something's wrong. The room was dim, lit only by the dying embers in the fireplace and the blue glow of the TV playing some late-night infomercial. At first, I couldn't figure out what had woken me. The house was making its usual creaks and groans, but there was something else, a feeling of being watched, not just observed, but studied. I kept my body completely still while my eyes adjusted to the darkness. That's when I saw it. To my left, between me and the staircase, was something I still can't fully explain. It had the body shape of a turtle, but instead of a smooth shell, it had these angular ridges and protrusions that reminded me of an ancient temple or pyramid. The shell wasn't round, but more geometric, with definite edges and planes. It wasn't huge, maybe the size of a medium dog or a juvenile sulcata tortoise, but it had a presence that filled the room. Its head is what still appears in my nightmares. It wasn't a turtle's head at all. It had features that reminded me of both a lion and a dragon, a flattened snout with nostrils at the front rather than on top, and a mouth that seemed too wide for its face. Instead of a beak, it had actual teeth, not sharp fangs, but flat, almost human-like teeth arranged in neat rows. Its eyes were what terrified me most. Large, forward-facing eyes with vertical pupils that glowed a dull amber in the TV light. They had an intelligence behind them that felt ancient and calculating. The thing wasn't looking at me. It was staring intently at Ethan, who was sleeping peacefully beside me. Its head swayed slightly from side to side, the way a predator might assess its prey. I was frozen with fear, afraid that any movement would draw its attention to me. My heart was pounding so hard I was certain it would hear it, but I kept my breathing shallow and my eyes barely open, just enough to see through my lashes. For what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, the creature stood there, shifting its gaze between the three of us. Then, with deliberate slowness, it turned away and began moving toward the stairs. What struck me was how silently it moved. Something that size, with that shell, should have made some sound on our creaky wooden floors, but there was nothing. Not a scratch, not a thump. It moved with impossible silence up the stairs, one step at a time, toward the bathroom at the top of the landing. I stayed completely still until I couldn't see it anymore. Even then, I was too terrified to move. I must have eventually fallen back asleep from sheer exhaustion, because the next thing I remember is waking up to sunlight streaming through the windows and my mom making breakfast in the kitchen. That morning, everything seemed normal. No one mentioned anything unusual, and there were no strange marks or evidence of anything having been in our house. I convinced myself it must have been a nightmare, a vivid, terrifying one, but just a bad dream. I never mentioned it to anyone, not even Ethan or Lily. What would I say? That I saw some turtle dragon lion thing watching us sleep? They'd think I was crazy or making it up. Life went on. We continued to sleep in the living room on cold nights, though I'd often lie awake for hours watching the stairs. I never saw the creature again, and gradually the memory became less sharp, filed away as just a weird childhood night terror. Then, 7 years later, everything changed. I was 19, home from community college for the weekend. A group of us, me, Ethan, now 16, and a couple of friends from high school, were hanging out in our parents' garage. We'd been drinking a few beers, nothing crazy, just enough to get talking about spooky stuff. You know how it goes. Ghost stories, weird experiences, that kind of thing. One of our friends was talking about how his grandmother's house was haunted, and we were all laughing and adding to the story when Ethan suddenly got serious. "I saw something once," he said quietly, "in our house." The way he said it made my skin prickle. I expected him to talk about hearing footsteps or seeing shadows, the usual ghost story stuff, but what he described next made my blood run cold. "I was about 9, he said. "We were sleeping in the living room during winter. I woke up in the middle of the night and saw this thing. It was like a turtle, but not a normal turtle. Its shell had these weird edges, like a temple or something, and its face..." He paused, struggling to find the words. "Its face was like a mix between a lion and a dragon. It had these eyes that just knew things. It was watching us, moving its head back and forth. I was so scared I kept my eyes mostly closed and just prayed for it to go away. Eventually it went upstairs to the bathroom. I couldn't breathe. My hands were shaking so badly I had to set my beer down." Ethan had just described in exact detail the creature I'd seen that night. The same night, the same creature, the same movements. He'd never heard my version because I'd never told anyone. "When was this?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "That really cold winter. January, I think. The year Dad's truck broke down in the snow and we had to walk home from the Christmas tree lot. It was the same night. I know because that Christmas tree incident had happened just weeks before." "Ethan," I said slowly, "I saw it too. That exact same night. I've never told anyone." The look on his face, I'll never forget it. A mix of validation and renewed fear. Our friends thought we were messing with them, making up a story together for effect. But Ethan and I knew we hadn't coordinated anything. We hadn't discussed it. We had independently seen and remembered the exact same creature, down to details like the temple-like shell and the lion-dragon face. After that night, Ethan and I started researching. We looked into local folklore, Native American legends from the area, cryptozoology websites, anything that might explain what we'd seen. We found stories about dragon turtles in Chinese mythology, lion turtles in Avatar, The Last Airbender, and snapping turtles in North America, but nothing that matched what we'd seen. The closest we came was the alligator snapping turtle, but even that wasn't right. This creature had a flattened face, not a beak, and those teeth, those human-like teeth in neat rows. And nothing explained the angular temple-like shell or how something that size could move without making a sound on our creaky floors. We even went so far as to check if there were any zoos or private collectors in the area who might have had an exotic pet escape. Nothing. Pine Grove was too remote, too poor for anything like that. The more we searched, the more we realized we might never find an explanation. What terrifies me most, even now, is wondering, what if it wasn't something from our world at all? What if, somehow, something from somewhere else found its way into our house that night? I've thought about it from every angle. Could it have been a shared hallucination? But how could we both hallucinate the exact same details without ever discussing it? A dream? But dreams fade, and this memory has remained crystal clear for both of us. A prank. But who would have access to such a creature? And why would they just stand there watching us before leaving? The only explanation that makes any sense to me now is that something truly unexplainable entered our house that night. Something that shouldn't exist in our reality, but somehow did, if only for a few minutes. When I close my eyes, I can still see those amber eyes with their vertical pupils, that intelligent gaze assessing us. I can still feel the weight of its attention, the ancient presence it carried. And I'm left with questions I'll never have answers to. Why was it there? What did it want? What would have happened if we had moved or screamed or tried to wake our parents? Ethan and I have a theory that we survived because we stayed still. Whatever it was, it seemed to be observing, not hunting, at least not that night. But what if it had been? What if it comes back someday and we're not so lucky? I don't live in Pine Grove anymore. I moved away for work after college and now live in a city apartment with plenty of neighbors and security cameras. Ethan did the same. We've both found ways to rationalize sleeping at night, but neither of us likes the dark much anymore. When I visit my parents, I always bring an air mattress and sleep in the living room with the lights on. Sometimes I almost convince myself it never happened, that Ethan and I somehow created this shared delusion. But then I remember how he described it, those same specific details I'd kept locked in my head for 7 years, and I know it was real. Whatever visited us in Pine Grove that winter night was real. It existed, it watched us, and somewhere perhaps it still does. I don't expect anyone to believe this story. I wouldn't if I hadn't lived it. But I needed to share it, if only to see if anyone else has ever encountered anything similar. If you have, please tell me. Because 15 years later, I still check my room every night and sleep with a light on. And when I hear strange sounds in the dark, I lie perfectly still, eyes barely open, and wait for it to pass. Story 15. I'll never forget what happened on my 32nd birthday. It's been 3 months now, and I'm still trying to process it. Some nights I wake up at 3 in the morning, questioning if it was real or if my grief-addled mind was playing tricks on me. But deep down, I know what I saw. I've been living in Ho Chi Minh City for 6 years now. The decision to move here wasn't random. My dad served in Vietnam during the war. He never talked much about it until his final years, when the stories started pouring out of him. I think he needed to unburden himself before he took his own life. Dad's suicide hit me like a freight train. I was 26, working a soul-crushing corporate job in Seattle, rain pounding on my apartment window when I got the call from Mum. Her voice sounded hollow, distant. "Daniel, your father's gone." I remember standing there, phone pressed against my ear, unable to speak or even breathe. The weeks that followed were a blur of funeral arrangements, cleaning out his study and finding a journal where he'd written extensively about Vietnam. Not just war stories, but about the people, the culture, the country itself. There was one passage that haunted me. "Sometimes I wonder who I would have been if I'd stayed in Vietnam after the war. Maybe I would have found peace there instead of bringing the war home inside me." 6 months after we buried him, I quit my job, sold most of my possessions, and moved to Ho Chi Minh City. I told everyone it was to teach English and experience something new. But the truth was, I was following some invisible thread, trying to understand the man my father was before the depression consumed him. Teaching English here has been more fulfilling than anything I've done before. And meeting Lynn 3 years ago was unexpected, but amazing. She teaches at the same language center. She's brilliant, patient, and somehow finds my awkward attempts at Vietnamese endearing rather than pathetic. Anyway, my birthday was last Friday. I woke up to an empty bed and the smell of coffee. Lynn had gotten up early to decorate our small apartment. When I stumbled out to the living room, she was standing on a chair, taping letters to the wall that spelled "Happy Birthday." She'd bought those silver foil balloon letters that are supposed to stick to smooth surfaces, but our apartment walls are this weird textured plaster that nothing adheres to properly. "Happy birthday, sleepyhead," she said, climbing down from the chair. "I made your favorite breakfast." The apartment looked great. Streamers hanging from the ceiling fan, a small pile of wrapped gifts on the coffee table, and a homemade banner with photos of us from the past year. All day I kept getting messages from friends back home and colleagues here in Vietnam. Mom called, sounding better than she had in months. It was a normal day otherwise. I taught my morning classes, came home for lunch with Lynn, then went back for my afternoon sessions. After work, we went to our favorite restaurant, this hole-in-the-wall place down an alley that serves the best bun char in the city. The owner knows us by name now and brought out a small cake with a single candle after dinner. When we got home around 9, Lynn pulled a bottle of whiskey from her bag, Dad's favorite brand. It wasn't planned, just a coincidence that made my throat tighten. We poured 2 glasses and toasted to another year. That's when we noticed the B from birthday had fallen onto the floor. I picked it up and pressed it back onto the wall, adding another piece of tape. 10 minutes later, the I fell down. We laughed it off, assuming it was just the humidity or the texture of the walls. By 11, half the letters from birthday were scattered on the floor, despite our repeated attempts to secure them. The happy part stayed perfectly intact, which seemed odd, but we eventually gave up and left the fallen letters where they were. It wasn't worth the frustration. After another hour of reminiscing and sharing stories, Lynn fell asleep on the couch. I covered her with a thin blanket and decided to clean up a bit before heading to bed myself. I gathered empty glasses, wiped down the table, and was just about to turn off the lights when something caught my eye. The wall where we'd been struggling with the letters all night now displayed "Happy," followed by what appeared to be random remaining letters from birthday. But they weren't random at all. They spelled B-A-H-D-Y. Bardi. I froze, glass still in hand, staring at those 5 letters. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my fingertips. The glass almost slipped from my grasp. You see, Bardi was my dad's word, not a Vietnamese word or anything. It was his unique way of saying buddy, spelled with an A instead of a U. It was one of his many made-up expressions, something only our family would recognize. He'd greet me with, "Hey, Bardi, what's shakin'?" Or tell me, "Listen here, Bardi, let me give you some advice." It was silly and utterly specific to him, a quirk in his speech that made him who he was. I remember standing there, unable to move, tears filling my eyes. The chances of those specific letters remaining on the wall while others fell and spelling that particular word were astronomical. It wasn't possible. It couldn't be coincidence. I whispered, "Dad." My voice cracked. The apartment was silent except for Lynn's soft breathing and the distant honking of scooters on the street below. I checked the floor to see if someone could have arranged the fallen letters to spell something else, but they were scattered randomly. Only the ones still on the wall formed Badi. I touched each letter gently, checking if they were somehow more securely attached than the others had been. They weren't. If anything, they seemed as loosely taped as the letters that had fallen. My hands were shaking as I pulled out my phone and took a picture. I needed proof, needed to know I wasn't imagining things. The phone's flash illuminated the wall, and there it was, Happy Badi, clear as day in the photo. I slid down against the wall opposite the message and sat there staring at it. Memories flooded back. Dad teaching me to fish when I was 8, him cheering too loudly at my high school graduation, the last phone call we had where he told me he was proud of me. I hadn't heard his voice in 6 years, but in that moment, it was like he was there in the room with me. "I miss you," I whispered to the empty air. "I miss you so much." I don't know how long I sat there. Minutes? Hours? Eventually, I got up and gently shook Lynn awake. "Babe, you need to see something," I said, my voice still unsteady. She blinked sleepily, then followed my gaze to the wall. "The letters fell again," she mumbled, not fully awake. "Look what the remaining ones spell," I said. She squinted at the wall. "Happy? B-A-H-D-Y? What's Badi?" That's when I told her about my dad's word, how he'd spelled buddy with an A, how it was his thing, something only my family would know. I showed her videos on my phone of him using the word, old clips from family gatherings I'd saved over the years. Lynn looked from the wall to me, her expression shifting from sleepy confusion to understanding. That's not possible," she whispered. "I know," I said. We stayed up until dawn, sitting on the couch, staring at those letters. I told her stories about my dad I'd never shared before, about his sense of humor, his struggles with PTSD from the war, how he'd light up when talking about Vietnam despite everything he'd experienced here. As the first light of morning filtered through our thin curtains, Lynn asked, "Do you think he's here? With us?" I didn't answer right away. I thought about the past 6 years, about all the times I'd felt drawn to certain places in this city without knowing why. How I'd stumbled upon the exact street where my father had been stationed without having any directions. How I'd felt compelled to visit a particular temple where, I later learned from his journal, he'd found moments of peace during the war. "I think," I said slowly, "that he's been here all along." When we finally got up to make coffee, I went to take another photo of the wall, and that's when it happened. As I watched, the B peeled away from the wall and drifted to the floor, followed by the A. One by one, in slow succession, each letter fell, as if being removed by invisible hands. By the time I raised my phone to capture it, all the letters were on the floor. The message was gone. Lynn saw it too. She stood beside me, clutching my arm, watching as the final Y detached and floated down to join the others. "Did you feel that?" she whispered. I nodded. The air in the apartment had changed. It felt lighter somehow, as if something that had been present had now departed. We never put the letters back up. They're stored in a box under our bed now. Sometimes I take them out and arrange them to spell Badi, but it doesn't feel the same. Whatever happened that night was a moment in time that can't be recreated. I've spent hours researching explanations, air currents, adhesive failure patterns, probability statistics on letter combinations. But nothing explains what happened. And honestly, I don't want an explanation that would take away the one thing I've been searching for since moving to Vietnam, a sign that my father is at peace. That night changed me. I still miss him every day, but the crushing weight of his absence has lifted. Whenever I walk the busy streets of Ho Chi Minh City now, I sometimes whisper, "Hey, Bardi, you seeing this?" And even though there's never a response, I know he's here. I don't have proof. I can't explain why those specific letters stayed on the wall that night, or why they fell in that particular sequence the next morning. All I know is what I saw, what I felt, and what I continue to believe. On my 32nd birthday, in an apartment thousands of miles from where he died, my father found a way to let me know he was still with me, and sometimes that's enough. Story 16. I still struggle with how to start this. It's been 6 months, and I'm finally writing this all down. Not for attention or upvotes, but because I need to get it out of my head. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not crazy. Last year, my roommate Mark and I found this unbelievable deal on a huge old farmhouse in Willow Creek. We're both in our late 20s, work remotely, and wanted to escape city prices. This place was built in the 1890s, originally as a bunkhouse for the miners who worked in the area back then. The rent was suspiciously cheap for what we were getting, a massive house on 3 acres with a detached garage and incredible views of the surrounding countryside. The layout was absolutely bizarre. Over the decades, different owners had added wings and rooms, creating this maze-like floor plan that made no logical sense. You'd go through one doorway, expecting to find a bedroom, but end up in some random sitting area or storage space. The upstairs had 5 bedrooms, connected by a hallway that seemed to go in a circle. But the weirdest feature was this tiny door in the downstairs bathroom, maybe 2 feet tall, that we jokingly called the rabbit hole. It led to the basement, which was basically a dungeon. Fieldstone walls, dirt floor in some areas, and this single bare light bulb hanging from a wire in the center. We moved in at the beginning of October. The first week was just unpacking and settling in, but I started noticing little things almost immediately. I'd be working at my desk and get this feeling someone was standing behind me. I'd spin around in my chair, but nobody was there. Mark mentioned having the same experience, but we laughed it off as just being in a new place. Our 3 cats seemed to adjust okay at first, but after a couple weeks, they started acting weird. My one-eyed tuxedo cat Bandit kept staring at empty corners and would spend hours upstairs, which was unusual for him since he typically follows me everywhere. Sometimes I'd find him sitting at the top of the stairs, completely still, staring down the staircase like he was watching something. By the end of October, we both kept hearing footsteps on the stairs landing. Not full-on running or anything dramatic, just the sound of someone shifting their weight, like when you're standing in one spot too long and adjust your stance. We'd be in the living room watching TV and hear it, creak, creak, and we'd look at each other like, "Did you hear that?" We checked for loose floorboards, tested the heating ducts, looked for any logical explanation, but found nothing. Around mid-November, we invited some friends over for a backyard barbecue. It was one of those unseasonably warm fall days, so we set up the grill and were hanging out. My friend Tony suddenly pointed up at the house and asked, "Who's that old lady in the upstairs window?" We all looked up at my bedroom window, and I swear to God, there was what looked like an elderly woman peering out through a gap in the curtains. Mark and I exchanged glances because we knew for a fact nobody else was in the house. I ran inside and upstairs, but my room was empty. The curtains were parted slightly, just like they'd appeared from outside, but there was no one there. That night, after everyone left, Mark and I finally admitted to each other that something wasn't right about the house. We decided to ask around the neighborhood to see if anyone knew anything about the history of the place. The next day, I walked down to our closest neighbor, Mrs. Pemberton, who'd lived in her house for almost 50 years. When I casually brought up our place, her whole demeanor changed. She got real quiet and then told me about a woman who lived there in the 70s. The weird thing was, she kept referring to this woman as David. I thought maybe I'd misheard her, but when I asked for clarification, she nodded and said, yes, that was her name. David, not a nice person. She wouldn't elaborate further, just patted my arm and said, be careful in that house, young man. I told Mark about this conversation, and we both agreed it was strange but not necessarily proof of anything supernatural. Maybe the previous owner was just eccentric or mean. Still, the name stuck with me. A woman named David. It felt off somehow. A few days later, Mark's girlfriend Alexandra came to stay for the weekend. She was really into the paranormal, and when we told her about the weird stuff we'd experienced, she got super excited. What we didn't know was that she'd secretly brought her mother's homemade Ouija board with her. Looking back, this is where everything went to hell. Saturday night, after we'd had a few beers, Alexandra suggested we try to record some EVPs, electronic voice phenomena, throughout the house. Mark was into the idea. I was skeptical but curious, so we agreed. We used our phones to record in different rooms, asking questions out loud and then leaving silent periods for potential responses. We did this in the living room, kitchen, upstairs hallway, and finally on the stairs landing where we'd been hearing the footsteps. Nothing happened during the recordings. We didn't hear anything unusual. The house was quiet. Even the cats were normal. But when we played back the recordings later that night, there was something on the stairs landing recording that made my blood run cold. About 2 minutes in, there was this heavy thromba-papa sound, like someone pounding up the stairs with an uneven gait. Our dogs, who had been lying calmly at our feet, both suddenly jumped up and started barking frantically at the recording. The thing is, none of us had heard anything like that while we were actually recording. It wasn't a small creak that maybe we'd missed. It was loud, distinctive, and absolutely not there when we were physically standing on that landing. We were all pretty freaked out, but Alexandra seemed almost thrilled. The next morning, over coffee, she confessed something to us. The night before, while Mark and I were setting up the grill for dinner, she had taken her Ouija board down to the basement through the rabbit hole door and hidden it there. She and Mark had been using it in secret after I went to bed. I was pissed, to be honest. We'd all agreed not to mess with stuff like that in the house. But what she told me next made me forget all about being angry. According to her, they'd made contact with an entity that identified itself as David. This David claimed to hate the woman in the house, who supposedly watched everyone while they slept. David particularly disliked the cats, especially the broken one, which had to be banded with his missing eye. As Alexandra was telling me this, we heard scratching coming from the bathroom, specifically from the rabbit hole door that led to the basement. It wasn't the frantic scratching of a cat trying to get in. It was slow, deliberate, like someone dragging their fingernails across the wood. Mark came downstairs then, looking pale. He admitted that they'd been using the board for 3 nights straight, and each time, David became more communicative but also more threatening. The night before, when asked if it wanted us to leave the house, the planchette had violently moved to no, and then spelled out, mine. We all agreed the board needed to go. We decided to take it out to the detached garage across the property, since it was still daylight and none of us wanted to leave the house after dark. As we were discussing this plan, the strangest thing happened. The mudroom door, which connects the kitchen to the backyard, began opening by itself. Not violently or dramatically, just slowly swinging open about halfway and then stopping. Alexandra immediately said, "It's her, the woman David mentioned. She wants the board out of her house." Whether that was true or not, we took it as our cue. Mark wrapped the Ouija board in a garbage bag, and the 3 of us walked across the property to the garage. The garage was this old wooden structure that looked like it might collapse in a strong wind. Inside was just a concrete floor, some shelves with odds and ends left by previous tenants, and a workbench. As we were trying to decide where to store the board, cans of old paint and WD-40 started falling off the shelves. Not all at once in some poltergeist fashion, but one by one, like someone was deliberately pushing them. We didn't stick around to investigate. Mark shoved the wrapped board onto a high shelf, and we practically ran back to the house. That night, none of us slept well. I kept hearing scratching sounds in the walls of my bedroom. Alexandra said she felt someone sit on the edge of the bed in the middle of the night. Mark woke up with 3 long scratches on his back that hadn't been there when he went to bed. By morning, we were all exhausted and on edge. Alexandra decided to cut her visit short and left around noon. As soon as she was gone, the house felt different, quieter, but not in a peaceful way. More like the tense quiet before a storm. For the next 2 days, things escalated. The footstep sounds on the landing became constant. All 3 cats refused to come downstairs, hiding under my bed and hissing when we tried to coax them out. The bathroom light would turn on by itself. We'd find cabinets open that we knew we'd closed. On the 3rd day after Alexandra left, I came home from grocery shopping to find Mark loading camping gear into his car. He told me he couldn't take it anymore and was going to properly dispose of the board. He believed as long as it was on the property, things would keep getting worse. He wouldn't tell me exactly what his plan was, just that he'd take care of it. Mark was gone for about 5 hours. When he returned, he looked different, calmer, like a weight had been lifted. He told me he'd driven to a deep section of the Willow Creek River where it runs through the state forest, put the board in a canvas bag filled with rocks and thrown it into the deepest part of the river he could find. He was convinced water was a barrier that would stop whatever energy was attached to the board from finding its way back. I don't know if what Mark did actually worked or if it was just coincidence, but the atmosphere in the house changed almost immediately. The footsteps stopped. The cats came downstairs again. The scratching in the walls disappeared. It was like removing the board, or more specifically, removing David's influence, had restored some balance to the house. We still felt the presence of what we came to call the woman occasionally. Sometimes I'd catch a glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision, or feel that sensation of being watched while working. But it wasn't threatening anymore, more like a curious coexistence. We stayed in that house until our lease ended in September. Neither of us ever went back down to the basement through the rabbit hole door again. We never did any more recordings or attempted to communicate with whatever was there. We just lived alongside it, acknowledging its presence but keeping our distance. I've tried researching the history of the house since then, trying to find information about a woman named David who might have lived there, or any deaths or tragedies associated with the property. So far, I found nothing conclusive. The county records show dozens of owners over the years, but no mention of anyone named David. What I do know is that something happened in that house that I can't explain. I know what I heard on those recordings. I know what I felt when I was alone upstairs and sensed someone standing behind me. I know what Tony saw in my bedroom window when we were all outside. I don't live in Willow Creek anymore. Mark and I decided not to renew the lease when it ended. But I still think about that house almost every day. I wonder if the new tenants feel the same things we did. I wonder if they've discovered the rabbit hole door yet, and what might be waiting for them if they venture through it. Sometimes I dream about the house. In the dreams, I'm always in the upstairs hallway, walking in that endless circle, opening doors that lead to more doors. And there's always someone walking behind me, just out of sight. I never turn around in the dreams. I never see who or what is following me. Maybe that's for the best. I still have the EVP recordings saved on an external hard drive. I haven't listened to them since we moved out. Some nights when I can't sleep, I'm tempted to play them again, to reassure myself that what I heard was real. But then I remember the look on Mark's face when he came back from the river and how he made me promise never to speak the name David out loud again. Some things, once invited in, are hard to get rid of completely. I think about that old farmhouse in Willow Creek with its bizarre floor plan and hidden spaces. I think about the woman in the window and the entity that called itself David, and I wonder if they're still there, locked in their eternal standoff. And I wonder what would have happened if we'd stayed just a little bit longer, if we'd gone a little bit deeper down the rabbit hole. Story 17. I've never been someone who believed in ghosts, not really. I mean, I enjoyed a good scary movie as much as anyone, but I always walked out of the theater thinking that was fun, rather than worrying about what might be lurking in the dark. My husband Mark was even more skeptical than me. He was the kind of guy who'd laugh at ghost hunting shows and explain away every creepy sound in our house with logical explanations. Physics, old pipes, the house settling, you know the type. But something happened to us back in October 2008 that I still can't explain to this day. It's the reason I found this forum, honestly. I need to tell someone who won't automatically think I'm crazy or making this up. It was a Saturday night, and we were driving back from my cousin Jen's wedding in Portside, about an hour away from where we lived in Millfield. Millfield is this small coastal town in New England, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone else's business, where the same families have lived for generations. It's quaint, with those classic clapboard houses, narrow streets, and a history that goes back to colonial times. We were both exhausted. The wedding had been beautiful but long, one of those all-day affairs with the ceremony at 3 in the afternoon and the reception lasting until almost midnight. I remember checking my watch repeatedly during the last hour because I knew I had to get up early the next morning to prepare for my sister's baby shower. I was hosting it at our house, and there was still so much to do. Mark offered to drive home, even though he'd had a couple of beers earlier in the evening. Not enough to be impaired. My husband has always been responsible that way, but enough that I probably should have taken the wheel instead. But my feet were killing me from dancing in heels, and I was just so tired. The night was unusually dark, one of those moonless October nights where the darkness feels like it's pressing in on you from all sides. We lived on the outskirts of Millfield, so the last part of our drive home took us through some winding, poorly lit back roads. Roads we knew like the backs of our hands, though. We'd been living in that house for 5 years by then. I remember the heater was blasting because there was this biting chill in the air. Mark had his window cracked open a bit to help him stay alert. We weren't talking much, just sitting in comfortable silence, both of us ready to be home and in bed. I was mentally running through my to-do list for the baby shower, picking up the cake, finishing the decorations, making sure the games were organized. We were about 15 minutes from home when we turned left onto Oakwood Drive. It's this narrow road that winds through an old residential neighborhood before connecting to the main road leading to our development. There's a slight incline right after you make the turn, nothing major, just enough that the headlights sweep upward momentarily as the car adjusts. That's when I noticed it. To our right, in someone's front yard, I couldn't even tell whose house it was in the dark, there was this strange mist. It was about 5 feet tall, just hanging there, not moving with the light breeze that was rustling the trees. My first thought was actually really mundane. I remember thinking, that's a weird place for a storm drain. Why would they put one in the middle of someone's yard? You know how sometimes in cold weather you can see steam rising from vents or drains when the ground is warmer than the air? That's what it looked like to me. Just this column of white vapor rising up about 5 feet and then dispersing. Perfectly ordinary, except for the bizarre placement. I was still trying to figure out what I was seeing when Mark suddenly jerked the steering wheel. The car swerved slightly, and he let out this strangled shout. "Oh my God, did you see that?" Now, I need to explain something here. Mark doesn't say, "Oh my God," not ever. He wasn't raised religious or anything, but he's always been weirdly superstitious about taking God's name in vain. In the 5 years we'd been married, I had never once heard him say those words. So when they came out of his mouth, my blood ran cold before I even knew what he was talking about. "The drain?" I asked, confused. "In the yard?" He looked at me like I was speaking another language. His face, I'll never forget his face. All the color had drained out of it, and his hands were gripping the steering wheel so tightly that his knuckles were white. "What drain?" His voice was shaking. "The lady, the woman standing there in the yard." "What woman?" I asked, twisting in my seat to look back, but we had already passed the spot, and all I could see was darkness. "She was just standing there," he said, "in the yard, looking right at us. She had on this old-fashioned dress, like something from the 1800s or something, and she was, I don't know how to explain it, kind of transparent. I could see the tree behind her." A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the October night. "Mark, I didn't see a woman. I saw a mist, like steam coming up from a drain or vent, about 5 feet tall, right where you're saying this woman was standing." He glanced at me quickly, then back at the road. "That's impossible," he said. "It was clearly a woman. She had her hair up in some kind of old-fashioned style. The dress was long, down to her ankles. She was just standing there, staring at us as we drove by." "Did she do anything?" I asked, feeling my skin prickle with goosebumps. "No, she just watched the car pass. But Sophia, I swear to God, she wasn't solid. She was like looking through frosted glass." We drove the rest of the way home in a kind of stunned silence. Mark's hands didn't stop shaking until we pulled into our driveway. Once we were inside, I tried to talk to him more about what we'd seen, but he shut down completely. "I don't want to talk about it," he said firmly, disappearing into the bathroom to get ready for bed. "It was just weird lighting or something. Maybe someone's Halloween decoration." But I knew better. Halloween was 3 weeks away, and nobody in Millfield went all out with decorations like that, and the way Mark had reacted, this wasn't him brushing off something silly. This was him actively trying to deny something that had scared him to his core. I barely slept that night. I kept replaying the moment in my head, the mist, Mark's reaction, the fact that we had both seen something in exactly the same spot, but had perceived it completely differently. The next morning, I was up early as planned to prepare for my sister's baby shower. Mark was quieter than usual, nursing a cup of coffee at the kitchen counter while I rushed around setting things up. Around 9, when there was a lull in my preparations, I suggested we drive back to Oakwood Drive. "Why?" he asked, his voice oddly flat. "Because I want to see if there's a drain there, or some kind of vent, or... I don't know, Mark. Don't you want to know what we saw?" He didn't. That was abundantly clear from his expression, but after some persuading, he reluctantly agreed, and we got in the car. It was a bright, sunny October day, the kind that makes you forget how dark and ominous the night had been. We drove slowly down Oakwood Drive, both of us scanning the yards we passed. "There," I said finally, pointing. "That's where it was." We pulled over to the curb and just sat there, staring at a perfectly ordinary front yard. It belonged to an older colonial-style home, well-maintained with neatly trimmed hedges and a maple tree turning brilliant red with the season. There was no storm drain, no vent, nothing that could have produced the mist I saw. "Let's go," Mark said after a minute, his voice tight. "Shouldn't we ask the homeowners if they've ever seen anything strange?" I suggested. "No." His response was immediate and firm. "Absolutely not. We're not those people, Sophia. We don't go around asking strangers if their houses are haunted based on some trick of the light we saw when we were tired." I wanted to argue, But just then, the front door of the house opened. An elderly man stepped out onto the porch and looked curiously in our direction. Mark immediately put the car in drive and pulled away from the curb. "Mark," I protested. "He saw us. Now he's going to think we're casing his house or something." "Better that than thinking we're crazy," he muttered. The baby shower went fine that day, though I was distracted and probably not the best hostess. Every time I tried to bring up what happened with Mark over the next few days, he would change the subject or suddenly remember something urgent he needed to do. About a week later, I went to the local library. Millfield has this small historical society section with archives of old newspapers and records. I told myself I was just curious, that it was nothing more than an interesting local mystery to solve. I spent hours going through old records, focusing on the area around Oakwood Drive. What I found was, well, not definitive, but certainly interesting. The house we'd stopped in front of was one of the oldest in Millfield, built in 1846 by a sea captain for his wife. The captain was lost at sea in 1852, and according to the records, his widow lived in the house alone until her death in 1904. There was even a photograph of her, grainy and faded, but clear enough to show a woman with her hair up in a tight bun, wearing a long dress with a high collar, the kind of dress someone might wear in the mid-19th century. When I showed Mark what I'd found, he refused to even look at the photograph. He was angry, genuinely angry in a way I'd rarely seen him. "Drop it, Sophia," he said through gritted teeth. "I'm serious. I don't want to talk about this ever again." And for the most part, we haven't. It's been years now since that night, but it changed something between us. Not in a bad way, necessarily, but in a fundamental way. Mark, the ultimate skeptic, had seen something his rational mind couldn't explain, and it terrified him more than the apparition itself. Me? I'm still not sure what I believe. Maybe it was a ghost that somehow Mark could see clearly and I could only perceive as mist. Maybe it was something else entirely that our brains interpreted differently. What I do know is that we experienced something real that night. Something that left Mark shaken to his core and left me endlessly curious. I still drive down Oakwood Drive sometimes when I'm alone. I slow down as I pass that house, looking for any sign of the mist or the woman. I've never seen anything again, but I always feel a prickle on the back of my neck as I drive by, as though someone or something is watching me from that yard. Mark and I don't talk about it, but sometimes I catch him taking the long way home to avoid Oakwood Drive, and I know he hasn't forgotten either. How could we? In those few seconds, everything we thought we knew about the world was called into question. And the question that haunts me most isn't whether ghosts are real. It's more unsettling than that. How many other things might be right in front of us that we each see completely differently? How many other realities might exist in the same space we occupy, just beyond the limits of our perception? I don't have answers. I just have that memory. The mist, Mark's face drained of color, and the knowledge that something happened that night that neither of us can explain. And maybe that's why I'm finally sharing this story here, with people who might understand. Because carrying this kind of experience alone, even when you're technically not alone, is its own kind of haunting. Story 18. I've been hesitating to write this for weeks, but I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of what happened. I'm still shaking as I type this. I started working at the Hotel de Moor about a month ago. It's this grand old building from the early 1900s, all dark wood paneling and faded glamour. The kind of place that looks impressive in photos, but up close shows its age in every creaking floorboard. I was excited to get the job, despite the hotel's reputation. Local legend says it's haunted, but I needed the work and didn't believe in ghosts anyway. I guess that's changed now. I'd worked at several luxury hotels in Europe before moving back to my hometown, so I thought the Hotel de Moor would be an easy adjustment. Boy, Was I wrong? The computer system they use is practically ancient. A clunky beige monster that runs software from the 90s. My manager, Mr. Wilkes, is always apologizing for it, saying budget constraints with that tired smile people get when they've given up hoping for change. Anyway, 3 weeks into the job, I was working the late shift solo. It was a Tuesday night, and the hotel was unusually quiet. Only 4 rooms occupied out of 68. Around 11 o'clock, this couple walked in, the Millers. They had a reservation for one night and specifically requested room 237. I remember feeling a weird knot in my stomach when I saw the room number. Earlier that day, Gina, one of the housekeepers who's been there for decades, had called it the murder room when she thought I wasn't listening. When I asked Mr. Wilkes about it later, he just laughed it off, saying staff like to joke around with the new employees. But there was something in his eyes that didn't match his casual tone. The Millers seemed normal enough, mid-30s, well-dressed, excited to be staying in a piece of history, as Mrs. Miller put it. Mr. Miller mentioned they were paranormal enthusiasts and had read about room 237 online. I tried to keep my face neutral while checking them in. "We heard this room has activity," Mrs. Miller said, leaning across the counter like we were sharing a secret. "Is that true?" I gave my standard response about the hotel having a rich history and that some guests report unusual experiences, but we don't officially confirm any paranormal activity. Hotel policy. Mr. Wilkes had drilled that into me my first day. After processing their payment, I grabbed the keycard and offered to show them to their room. It's not something we typically do for regular rooms, but Mr. Wilkes had told me to provide extra attention to guests in room 237. Now I understand why. The walk to the room was normal enough. The Millers chatted about other haunted hotels they'd visited, while I pointed out the hotel's historic features. Room 237 is on the second floor, at the end of a long corridor with thick carpet that muffles your footsteps. The hallway gets noticeably colder as you approach the room. I'd noticed this before, but assumed it was just poor insulation in that section of the building. When we reached the door, I slid the keycard into the electronic lock. The little light turned green, but the door wouldn't budge when I pushed the handle down. I tried again. Same result, green light, locked door. "Sorry about this," I said, feeling embarrassed. "These locks can be temperamental." I was about to try a third time when we all heard a distinct click, and the door swung open about an inch. By itself, I hadn't even touched it. The 3 of us exchanged looks. Mrs. Miller seemed thrilled, while her husband tried to appear skeptical, but couldn't hide his excitement. I told myself it was just the weight of the door, finally catching up with the mechanism. But deep down, I knew better. I pushed the door open and reached for the light switch. The room was standard for our hotel, queen-sized bed, antique furniture, floral wallpaper that had seen better days, but something felt off from the moment we stepped inside. The air was thick, almost heavy in my lungs, and despite the heating system running, my breath clouded slightly in front of me. "It's colder in here," Mrs. Miller noted, pulling her cardigan tighter around herself. I gave my rehearsed spiel about the room's features while the couple explored, opening drawers and taking photos. I was wrapping up, eager to leave, when it happened. The door slammed shut behind us. Not the gentle swing of a door caught in a draft, but a deliberate slam that made the pictures on the wall rattle. We all jumped. "Was that the wind?" Mr. Miller asked, but his voice was shaky. There wasn't a window open, and the AC was barely running. I walked to the door, trying to appear calm while my heart hammered against my ribs. When I grabbed the handle to open it, it wouldn't turn. Not stuck like it needed an extra push. It was completely immovable, like it had been welded in place. "Is there a problem?" Mrs. Miller asked, her excitement now tinged with concern. "It's just stuck," I said, jiggling the handle. "These old doors, sometimes..." The lights flickered, once, twice, then steadied again. But in that brief moment of semi-darkness, I saw something in the mirror that hung on the wall near the doorway. We all did. A figure. Dark, human-shaped but somehow wrong. Too tall, too thin, the proportions slightly off. It stood behind us, near the bathroom door, watching. Mrs. Miller gasped. I whirled around, and Mr. Miller spun so fast, he knocked over the desk lamp. But there was nothing there. Just the empty space in front of the bathroom. When I turned back to the mirror, the figure was gone. But the room felt different, like the air had become electric, charged with something I can't explain. Did you see? Mrs. Miller started. Before she could finish, the door clicked and swung open on its own, this time all the way to the wall. The hallway beyond looked impossibly inviting compared to the cold, heavy atmosphere of room 237. I don't remember exactly what I said to the Millers. Some fumbled apology, an offer to change rooms that they enthusiastically declined. They were getting exactly what they came for. I, on the other hand, couldn't get out of there fast enough. As I walked back to the front desk, my legs felt like jelly. I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced someone was following me. The back of my neck tingled with that unmistakable feeling of being watched. But the hallway was empty each time I checked. When I got back to the lobby, Mr. Wilkes was there, which was odd since his shift had ended hours ago. One look at my face and he seemed to know exactly what had happened. "You took the Millers to 237, he said. It wasn't a question. I nodded, struggling to keep my voice steady. There was someone else in that room. He sighed, running a hand through his thinning hair. Sit down, Sarah. I think it's time we had a proper talk about our long-term resident. What he told me next made me question everything I believe about life and death. According to Mr. Wilkes, the resident has been at the hotel since 1972, when a guest in room 237 was found dead under mysterious circumstances. The official report said heart attack, but the staff at the time reported strange occurrences leading up to the death, objects moving, voices when no one was there, extreme cold spots. He usually just watches, Mr. Wilkes explained, his voice matter of fact, like he was discussing a quirky regular guest rather than a ghost. But sometimes, especially with new staff, he likes to introduce himself. Why didn't you warn me? I demanded, still shaking. Would you have believed me? Would you have taken the job? He had a point. I wouldn't have. Mr. Wilkes advised me to acknowledge him if I felt his presence, but not to engage. He's territorial about that room, but he roams the whole hotel. If you show respect, he'll leave you alone, mostly. That mostly has been keeping me up at night. The Millers checked out the next morning, ecstatic about their experience. They'd heard voices all night, they said, and their camera captured strange orbs of light around the bed. They promised to recommend our hotel to their paranormal investigation friends. Great. It's been 3 weeks since then, and I'm still working at the Hotel de Moor. I need the job, and honestly, part of me is too curious to leave. But things have changed. I notice things now. Cold spots where there shouldn't be any, the feeling of being watched when I'm alone, whispers just beyond the edge of comprehension when I walk certain hallways. Last night, I was doing the final rounds before my shift ended. As I passed room 237, which was vacant, I swear I heard someone call my name from inside. A man's voice, soft but clear. Sarah. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I just kept walking, my keys jangling too loudly in the silent corridor. But the strangest part of me wanted to open the door, to see who or what was waiting for me inside. I don't know what I believe anymore. All I know is that when I lock up at night, I'm not the only one making rounds at the Hotel de Moor. And whatever shares this space with us has taken a particular interest in me. I've started looking for another job. Mr. Wilkes knows, I think. Yesterday, he left a note on my time card. He doesn't let people leave easily once he's noticed them. I don't know what that means, but tonight I'm covering the night shift again. Room 237 is occupied, another couple drawn by the hotel's reputation. And as I sit here at the front desk, I can't shake the feeling that something is standing just behind me, breathing softly, waiting for me to turn around. I won't turn around. I won't. But I think he knows I will. Eventually, we all do. Story 19. I've been debating whether to share this for weeks now, but I need to get it off my chest. I still can't sleep properly, and I jump every time I hear footsteps outside my apartment. This happened about 3 months ago, and it still feels like yesterday. I was driving back from visiting my sister in Idaho, heading home to Colorado through Montana. The trip was supposed to take about 14 hours total, but I'd gotten a late start that morning because my niece had been sick the night before, and I'd stayed up helping my sister. By afternoon I was already exhausted, and then the weather turned awful. The rain started around 4 in the afternoon, not just regular rain, the kind where your wipers can't keep up no matter what speed you put them on. My knuckles were white from gripping the steering wheel, and my shoulders ached from being tensed up for hours. I was squinting through the windshield, barely able to see the taillights of the car ahead of me. Then traffic completely stopped. I sat there for over an hour, inching forward, maybe 50 feet total. When I finally reached the cause, it was a multi-car pileup that had basically shut down the highway. A state trooper was waving cars through a single lane, and when I rolled down my window to ask how much longer the delay would be, he just shook his head and said, "You might want to find somewhere to stay for the night, miss. This isn't clearing anytime soon." Great advice, except I was in the middle of nowhere, Montana. The GPS showed nothing for miles, and it was already getting dark. The rain wasn't letting up, and I was so tired I could feel my eyelids getting heavy, even with the stress of the situation. I kept driving for another hour, constantly checking my GPS for any sign of civilization. My gas gauge was getting uncomfortably low, and I was starting to panic a little. That's when I saw it, this faded billboard advertising Pinewood Motel 2 miles ahead. I remember thinking it looked like it had been there since the 70s, but at that point, I would have slept in my car at a rest stop if I had to. When I pulled off the highway, there was this narrow road that seemed to go on forever. The rain was still coming down in sheets, and there were no streetlights, just my headlights cutting through the darkness and the occasional flash of lightning. I started to second-guess my decision, but then the motel appeared on the right. The place looked like something from a different era. A single-story building with maybe 20 rooms, arranged in an L shape around a cracked parking lot. The neon vacancy sign was flickering, literally flickering like in a horror movie. Half the bulbs were burnt out, and the ones that worked buzzed loudly. There were only 2 other cars in the lot, an ancient pickup truck that was more rust than paint, and a sedan with no license plate. I parked my SUV near the office, which had a dim yellow light inside. There was an old soda machine outside with an out-of-order sign taped to it. The whole place felt wrong. But I was so tired, and the rain was coming down so hard, and I was in the middle of nowhere. What choice did I have? When I walked into the office, this little bell jingled above the door. The place smelled like cigarettes and something else, something musty and unpleasant. Behind the counter was this old guy, probably in his 60s, wearing a stained white undershirt. He had these small, close-set eyes that seemed to take in everything about me at once. "Need a room?" he asked, not looking up from whatever magazine he was reading. His voice was raspy, like he'd been smoking for decades. "Yes, please," I said, already reaching for my purse. "Just for one night." That's when he looked up at me, and I felt this chill run down my spine. He was looking at me like I was something to eat. I know that sounds dramatic, but that's exactly how it felt. "You traveling alone?" he asked, and my internal alarm bells started ringing. "No," I lied. "My husband's in the car. He's just grabbing our bags." The man's eyes narrowed slightly and he leaned over to look past me through the window. "Don't see nobody out there." "He's probably in the bathroom," I said quickly. "We've been driving for hours." The man nodded slowly, clearly not believing me. $55, he said. "Cash only. Credit card machines down." Another red flag. But I had cash, and I was desperate for sleep. I handed him 320s, and he made a big show of checking if they were real, holding them up to the light. He didn't offer any change. "Room 15, he said, sliding an actual metal key across the counter. Not a key card, an actual key attached to a plastic tag with the number scratched into it. "Checkout's at 11, no refunds." As I reached for the key, his fingers brushed against mine, and he held on just a second too long. "You sure are pretty," he said, still not letting go of the key. "Don't see many pretty girls like you out here." I tugged the key away and forced a smile. "Thank you. My husband thinks so too." I practically ran back to my car, the rain soaking me in seconds. As I drove around to room 15, I could see the man still watching me from the office window. Every instinct was screaming at me to leave. But where would I go? It was almost 10 at night, pouring rain, and my gas light had just come on. I was trapped. Room 15 was at the far end of the building, away from the office. When I opened the door, the smell hit me first. Mildew and something else, something chemical. The room was dimly lit by a single lamp with a yellowed shade. There was a queen-sized bed with a faded floral bedspread that looked like it hadn't been changed in years. The carpet was stained in ways I didn't want to think about. I reluctantly set my overnight bag down and locked the door, putting on the chain lock too. The bathroom was even worse. The shower curtain had black mold growing on it, and the toilet had a ring so dark it looked permanent. I turned on the tap, and the water came out brown for several seconds before clearing. There was no way I was showering in there. I went back to the bed and pulled back the covers, only to discover that the sheets had these reddish-brown stains that looked horrifyingly like dried blood. I dropped the covers like they were on fire. That's when I noticed something moving in the corner of my eye, cockroaches, at least 3 of them, scuttling across the nightstand. That was it. I didn't care how tired I was. I wasn't staying in that room. I'd sleep in my car if I had to. I grabbed my bag and headed for the door, then paused. If I went back to the office to demand a refund, I'd have to deal with that creepy man again. And somehow, I felt like being alone with him in that office would be worse than the roaches. I decided to just leave quietly and sleep in my SUV. I'd park somewhere else, maybe closer to the highway. I opened the door a crack to check if the coast was clear. And that's when I saw someone walking past my room. Not the check-in guy, but someone else. A younger man, tall and thin, moving with a strange, jerky gait. He was carrying something that looked like a toolbox. I shut the door quickly and looked through the peephole. The man had stopped and was talking to someone out of my view. I could hear muffled voices but couldn't make out what they were saying. Then both men walked out of sight. That settled it. I waited a few minutes, then grabbed my bag and hurried to my SUV. The rain had eased slightly, but it was still coming down steadily. I threw my bag in the back and climbed into the driver's seat, locking the doors immediately. I didn't start the engine. I didn't want anyone to hear me leaving. I reclined my seat as far as it would go and covered myself with my jacket. It wasn't comfortable, but it felt 1,000 times safer than that room. Despite my fear and the discomfort, exhaustion won out, and I fell into a fitful sleep. I woke up suddenly to the sound of voices. The dashboard clock read 3:10 a.m. The rain had stopped, and the parking lot was eerily quiet except for those voices. I stayed completely still, afraid to even breathe too loudly. Through the foggy windows, I could make out two figures standing outside my motel room. One was definitely the check-in guy, and the other was the thin man I'd seen earlier. The door to my room was open, and light was spilling out into the parking lot. "She's not in there," I heard one of them say. "Check the car." My heart nearly stopped. They knew I wasn't in the room. They'd gone in looking for me. I slid down as far as I could in my seat and pulled my jacket over me, trying to make it look like a pile of luggage or clothes. Through a tiny gap, I could see them moving toward the parking lot. The check-in guy walked right up to my SUV and peered through the windows. I held my breath, praying he couldn't see me. He tried the door handle. It rattled but didn't open, thank God. He muttered something to the other man, who was now checking around the back of the motel. "Maybe she left already," the thin man called out. "Her car's still here," the check-in guy replied. "She's got to be somewhere." They moved away from my SUV and started checking around the other buildings. As soon as they were out of sight, I knew this was my chance. I sat up slowly, started the engine as quietly as possible, and put the car in reverse. I backed out without turning on my headlights and only switched them on when I hit the access road. As I accelerated away from the motel, I glanced in my rearview mirror and saw both men running back toward the parking lot. The check-in guy was waving his arms, shouting something I couldn't hear. I pressed the gas pedal to the floor and didn't slow down until I reached the highway. I drove for 2 hours straight, stopping only when I reached a brightly lit truck stop with dozens of semis parked outside. I pulled in, parked under a floodlight, and finally let myself break down. I sobbed until I had no tears left, the adrenaline finally wearing off. The next morning, I continued home without incident, trying to convince myself that maybe I'd overreacted. Maybe they were just concerned that I'd left the room without checking out. Maybe I'd imagined the worst because I was tired and the place was creepy. But 3 weeks later, I finally worked up the courage to call the Montana Highway Patrol and ask about the Pinewood Motel. The officer I spoke to went quiet for a moment, then asked me for the exact location and when I'd been there. I told him everything, including what had happened that night. "Ma'am," he said after a long pause, "that motel was shut down by the health department 4 days after the date you mentioned, but that's not all. We've had reports of suspicious activity there. Several women have gone missing along that stretch of highway over the past few years." My blood ran cold as he continued. "We didn't have enough evidence to connect it to the motel until recently. When the health inspectors went in, they found some concerning items in a back room. I can't share details of an ongoing investigation, but I can tell you this. You're lucky you trusted your instincts. You might be the first woman who stopped there alone and actually drove away. It's been 3 months, and I still wake up in the middle of the night thinking I hear someone trying the handle of my door. I don't know exactly what would have happened if I'd stayed in that room, but I know I came closer than I want to think about to never making it home. I keep wondering about those stains on the mattress, about what was in that toolbox the thin man was carrying, about what the health inspectors found in that back room. And I wonder how many women pulled off that highway, tired from driving in the rain, and never left that motel." Story 20. I still can't believe what happened to me last month during what was supposed to be just a quick family trip to Tijuana. I've been wanting to share this somewhere because it's been keeping me up at night, and I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar or can make sense of it, because I sure can't. My husband Carlos, our 2 kids, Miguel, age 10, and Sofia, age 7, and I had planned a 4-day weekend trip to visit my husband's family in Tijuana. We live in San Diego, so it's only about a 40-minute drive to cross the border. We've made this trip dozens of times before without incident. The day we arrived, it was pouring rain, unusual for Tijuana in April. The storm had knocked out power in several parts of the city, and traffic was a complete nightmare. What should have been a short trip from the border to our hotel ended up taking almost 3 hours. By the time we got to the Hotel Frontera, where we had reservations, we were all exhausted, hungry, and irritable. The hotel wasn't anything fancy, just a standard 3-star place we'd stayed at before. The lobby was dimly lit due to the power issues, with emergency generators keeping only the essential lights on. The front desk clerk looked frazzled as she checked us in, explaining apologetically that they were dealing with various maintenance problems due to the storm. "Room 415, she said, handing me the key cards. "The elevators are working, but they might be a bit slow today." We dragged our luggage to the elevator and made our way up. The hallway on the 4th floor had this weird, musty smell, stronger than I remembered from previous stays. I figured it was probably from the rain and humidity. The room itself seemed fine at first glance. 2 queen beds, a small table with chairs, basic bathroom. The kids immediately claimed their bed while Carlos turned on the TV to check the weather report. That's when I noticed the air conditioning wasn't working. The room felt stuffy and uncomfortably warm. I tried adjusting the wall unit, but nothing happened. After fiddling with it for a few minutes, I called the front desk. "I'm so sorry, Senora," the clerk said. "The AC units on the 4th floor are connected to a system affected by the power issues. We can move you to another room, but we're quite full tonight because of the storm." After some back and forth, she said they had exactly one room available, room 115, directly below our current one, but on the 1st floor. I wasn't thrilled about being on the ground floor, but with 2 tired kids and no AC, we didn't have much choice. The clerk met us at our new room with the key cards. As she opened the door, she mentioned almost as an afterthought, "This room is next to one of our maintenance areas. There shouldn't be anyone working there this late, but just so you know." I nodded, too tired to care about such a minor detail. The new room was nearly identical to the one upstairs, except it felt cooler and had a slight chemical smell, like cleaning products. The kids were too exhausted to complain, and they fell asleep almost immediately after we got some room service delivered. Carlos and I stayed up watching a movie on the small TV, and we turned in around 11. I must have fallen asleep quickly, but something woke me up around 2 in the morning. At first, I thought it was just Carlos snoring, but as I became more alert, I realized it was something else. A dragging sound, faint but distinct, coming from the wall behind our headboard. The wall shared with the maintenance area. I lay perfectly still, listening. It sounded like something heavy being slowly dragged across a concrete floor. Then it stopped. I waited about a minute, and just as I was about to dismiss it, I heard a thump against the wall. Not loud enough to wake anyone else, but definite. I nudged Carlos, but he just grunted and rolled over. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. He mumbled something incoherent and continued sleeping. The dragging sound started again, followed by another thump, slightly louder this time. I sat up in bed, fully awake now and increasingly uneasy. I told myself it was probably just the maintenance staff working late because of the storm damage, though it seemed odd to be doing repairs at 2 in the morning. I was about to get up and maybe call the front desk when a new sound froze me in place, a soft, muffled weeping coming through the wall. It was unmistakably a woman's voice, the kind of sobbing that comes from deep, inconsolable grief. The sound was so raw and full of pain that it gave me immediate goosebumps. "Hello?" I whispered toward the wall, though I don't know why I thought anyone would hear me. The sobbing continued, punctuated by shaky inhalations and what sounded like Spanish words I couldn't quite make out. I reached for my phone on the nightstand to use as a flashlight, careful not to wake my family. The digital clock on the nightstand read 2:17 a.m. The sobbing grew more intense, and I could swear it was moving, not staying in one place behind the wall, but slowly traveling along it as if the woman was pacing back and forth. Then came a sound that made my heart nearly stop, A scraping noise above us on the ceiling. The weeping was now coming from above, as if the woman had somehow moved from the adjacent room to directly over our heads. I stared up at the dark ceiling, my body rigid with fear. The sobbing circled overhead, moving from one corner of the room to another. "Carlos," I said, no longer whispering but using my normal voice. He stirred but didn't wake up. How could he sleep through this? How were the kids still sleeping? The sounds were so clear to me. The weeping gradually moved down the wall opposite the beds toward the bathroom. I turned my phone's flashlight in that direction, half expecting and dreading to see something. The beam caught nothing unusual, but the bathroom door was partially open, revealing only darkness beyond. Then the sobbing stopped. The silence was somehow worse than the noise. I sat there clutching my phone, listening so hard that the blood rushing in my ears sounded like waves crashing. For what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a minute, there was nothing. And then I saw it. A shadow. Not cast by anything, but a darker patch of darkness at the foot of our bed. It was approximately the height of a person, but indistinct, like a smudge on reality. I couldn't make out features, just a vague human-shaped outline that seemed to be peering at us from the end of the bed. I wanted to scream, to wake Carlos, to grab the kids and run, but I was paralyzed with fear. I couldn't even blink as I watched the shadow slowly retreat toward the bathroom. It paused at the doorway, and I swear I felt it looking directly at me. Then the weeping started again, softer now, coming from inside the bathroom. I finally managed to move, pulling the covers up to my chin like a child. I was shaking uncontrollably, my breath coming in short gasps. I kept the flashlight pointed at the bathroom door, terrified the shadow would emerge again. The weeping continued from the bathroom, occasionally rising in intensity before quieting again. I stayed frozen like that, too scared to move, until I noticed a faint lightening of the room. Dawn was approaching. As the room gradually brightened, the sobbing faded until I couldn't hear it anymore. When my alarm went off at 7, I nearly jumped out of my skin. Carlos woke up and immediately noticed something was wrong. "Elena, you look terrible. Did you sleep at all?" he asked, concern evident in his voice. I opened my mouth to tell him about the night's events, but something stopped me. How could I explain what I'd experienced when he had slept through the whole thing? Would he think I was losing my mind? Instead, I said, "Bad dreams, and I think someone was working in that maintenance room all night." Carlos frowned. I didn't hear anything. The kids were already up and fighting over whose turn it was to use the bathroom first. I found myself staring at the bathroom doorway, remembering the shadow, but in the morning light it seemed impossible, a product of an overactive imagination and exhaustion. As we packed up to check out, I kept looking at the walls, half expecting to hear the weeping again. Carlos was busy loading our suitcases while the kids watched cartoons. I slipped out of the room, telling Carlos I needed to ask the front desk something. At the reception, I tried to sound casual. "I was just wondering about the maintenance room next to 115. Was someone working there last night?" The young man at the desk looked confused. "Maintenance room? Room 115 is at the end of the hall. There's no maintenance room beside it." But the clerk who checked us in said, "Oh, you must mean the storage closet. It's not really a maintenance room, just where we keep some supplies. And no one would have been in there at night. It stays locked." "What's on the other side of the room then?" We heard noises through the wall. He pulled up a diagram of the hotel layout on his computer and turned the screen so I could see it. "Room 115 is here at the end. On this side is the storage closet, and on the other side is just an exit door to the parking lot. There's no actual room behind yours." A cold sensation spread through my body. "Are you sure? I heard someone crying. A woman." The clerk's professional smile faltered slightly. "The rain was very heavy last night." Perhaps you heard water in the pipes? This building is quite old. I knew what I had heard wasn't water pipes, but I didn't press the issue. As we checked out and loaded our car, I couldn't help looking back at the hotel, my eyes drawn to what I assumed was our first-floor room window. For a split second, I thought I saw a pale face looking out, but when I blinked, there was nothing there. The rest of our trip went by without incident, and we returned to San Diego 2 days later. I tried to put the experience behind me, but I started having trouble sleeping. I'd wake up at exactly 2:17 every morning, feeling like someone was in the room with me. My back constantly ached between my shoulder blades, a deep, persistent pain that no amount of stretching or heat packs would alleviate. 2 weeks after our return, I visited my friend Lucia, whose mother, Doña Gabriela, had just arrived from Mexico City for an extended stay. Lucia had always told me her mother had el don, the gift of seeing things others couldn't. I'd always been skeptical about such claims, but what happened next changed everything. The moment I walked into Lucia's house, Doña Gabriela, who had never met me before, visibly recoiled. She said something urgently to Lucia in Spanish, too fast for me to catch. Lucia looked alarmed. "What's wrong?" I asked. Doña Gabriela approached me cautiously, speaking to me directly in accented English. "Someone is with you, mija, a woman. She is attached to you." A chill ran down my spine. "What do you mean, attached to me?" The older woman circled me slowly, her eyes focused not on me, but on the space around me. "She is behind you, always behind you. This is why your back hurts, yes? She is clinging to you." I hadn't mentioned my back pain to either of them. "She followed you from somewhere, a place with water, much water." "It was raining in Tijuana," I whispered, my mouth suddenly dry. Doña Gabriela nodded. "She found you there. You looked at each other and she... How do you say?" She latched on. The shadow at the foot of the bed, the face I thought I'd seen in the bathroom doorway. Had I actually locked eyes with whatever it was? "She died badly," Doña Gabriela continued, "with much pain and sadness. She is lost and afraid. She thinks you can help her." "What does she want from me?" My voice sounded strange, distant. "To be heard. She weeps. Always she weeps." Tears sprang to my eyes. I heard her, in the hotel room. No one else did, but I heard her crying. Lucia looked frightened now, but her mother remained calm. "She is not trying to harm you, but spirits like this, they can drain your energy, make you sick without meaning to. We must help her cross over." What followed was something I never thought I'd experience. Doña Gabriela performed what she called a limpia, a spiritual cleansing. She lit white candles and burned herbs that filled Lucia's living room with pungent smoke. She passed an egg over my body while praying in Spanish, occasionally switching to what sounded like an indigenous language. The most intense part came when she worked on my back. As her hands moved over my shoulder blades, I felt a sensation like ice water being poured down my spine. Doña Gabriela's voice became more urgent in her prayers, and I heard her repeating phrases that sounded like she was speaking to someone, telling them to let go, that they needed to move on to the light. I began to cry, but the tears didn't feel like my own. It was as if someone else was crying through me, deep, wrenching sobs that came from somewhere beyond my control. The pain in my back intensified to an almost unbearable level, concentrated in one spot between my shoulder blades, and then suddenly released like a knot being untied. "She is listening," Doña Gabriela said softly. "She understands now." The cleansing ritual lasted almost an hour. When it was over, I felt lighter, as if a weight had been physically removed from me. Doña Gabriela broke the egg she had used into a bowl of water and studied it intently. "The woman was from Tijuana," she said, looking at the patterns the egg white formed in the water. "She died many years ago, in great sorrow. I see water there too, not rain, but tears. So many tears, she cried. This is why they call her La Llorona in that place. La Llorona? I knew the legend of the weeping woman who drowned her children and then herself, condemned to wander eternally, looking for her lost children. Not the La Llorona of the old stories, Doña Gabriela clarified, but a woman who earned this name because of how she died, with much weeping. She wouldn't tell me more details, saying it was better not to know, but she assured me the spirit had begun its journey to the other side. She gave me prayers to say for a week and instructed me to place a glass of water by my bed each night, which would help the woman's spirit if it returned. It's been 3 weeks now since the cleansing. The back pain disappeared completely that same day. I still occasionally wake up at 2:17, but not every night anymore. I haven't heard the weeping again, though sometimes, just as I'm falling asleep, I think I catch the faintest echo of a sob, like a memory, rather than an actual sound. I'm scheduled to go back to Tijuana next month for my niece's quinceañera. Carlos thinks I'm being ridiculous, but I've already packed earplugs and a small bottle of holy water Doña Gabriela gave me. I've requested a room on the highest floor possible at a different hotel, far from the Hotel Frontera. I still don't know who the weeping woman was or why she chose to attach herself to me. Sometimes I wonder if she's truly gone or if she's still out there somewhere, crying behind the walls, waiting for someone else to hear her. All I know for certain is that I never want to hear those sobs again, that raw, desperate weeping that still echoes in my nightmares.